Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November breeding stock sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th. An enormous Saturday ahead here at Keeneland. Welcome back to Today at Keeneland. Scott and Gabby with you for the next 30 minutes. We've got a lot of ground to cover because we've got 5 graded stakes races. 3 grade 1s today?
3 grade 1s, yep.
All stakes pick 5, which we'll be tackling in just a few moments. But it is a huge day for Fall Stars weekend on this Saturday. Breeders' Cup implications in all of these stakes races. Reminder, we've got also a Toyota Super High 5 carryover for today's 11th and final race. We've got 11 races today. Post time for that 11th and final is 6:20 Eastern time. There's the number, $9,156, the Toyota Super High 5 carryover in the 11th and final. Let's go back to yesterday and recap some of the strong performances. Speed was very good on the dirt course, and that's exactly what Federal Judge utilized to win your favorite race in America, the Grade 2 Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix Stakes.
And I think Brad Cox was thankful of that yesterday. He mentioned how the track was playing, and he said that, this might have contributed to the performance that we saw by Federal Judge, but he is an up-and-comer for sure. The Jessamine yesterday, May Day ready. What a story this was for Joseph Lee. Joseph Lee, the trainer of this horse, had 4 wins coming into yesterday versus Brad Cox. I mean, it was like a David and Goliath type of story.
And Frankie Dettori had a couple of wins on the turf course. Watch out for him on the grass here at Keeneland or anywhere in the world. Immersive stayed unbeaten. She's now a 2-time Grade 1 winner. Godolphin wins the Darley Alcibiades for the first time in the 2-decade-plus partnership with Keeneland in being the sponsor of that Grade 1 event. And right now, she's the leader of the division, of the Philly division.
I would agree with that. And yesterday, when I was talking to Brad Cox after the race, he praised Manny Franco as well. He said, this is a rider that has done a lot for me recently. An excellent ride yesterday, but also asking him about the Breeders' Cup. Obviously, he said, we'll see how she comes out of the race and then take it from there. But yeah, she's tremendously talented, and it looks like she's getting better and better with every start.
Did you wish him good luck today yet?
I didn't.
Okay. Good luck, Brad.
But I did text him yesterday. I hope nobody watched the show yesterday. My God, that was a long drive home yesterday.
Let's go to WKYT for the Saturday weather.
For your Keeneland Saturday, the first Saturday of the fall meet, we're tracking some pretty great conditions for parts of our forecast. In fact, lots of sunshine is what you could expect for your day today. I'm talking temperatures upper 70s, low end of the 80s. So make sure you're staying hydrated for your day as you're going to track a beautiful Saturday for our fall meet. Enjoy the races.
Hydration is key. Gabby's, she's ready to go. Not quite the jug of water that I'll roll in here with from time to time, but she's got enough for at least the morning half of today's afternoon of racing here at Keeneland Racecourse. Track conditions presented by John Deere, fast and firm. Don't expect this to change over today, tomorrow, and obviously we had it yesterday. Main track was quick, turf course was quick, so we expect quick times, especially in those marquee races, those 5 graded stakes races and the undercard races, because there's such quality and depth to these races. All of these races, allowance races or higher minus the first race. That's how good today's card is.
So tough, but it was such a fun card to get to. This is a look at our full card selection. Scott, you did a great job yesterday, the second half of the card. I got some winners in the first half of the card. I believe there were 10 races yesterday. Our top selections covered 7 out of the 10 winners. So you said yesterday you were dialed in. I said I was dialed in. We both had good days somehow. Today, I don't know. How are you feeling?
I feel good.
Yeah, feeling good?
I feel great about today. I told you, I felt locked in for the entire weekend. So we're going to keep it rolling. Don't forget, download the Keeneland Race Day app. It's available on your smart device. Give us a follow on social media at Keeneland Racing on X, Facebook at Keeneland. Same on Instagram and FanDuel TV. Their X/Twitter handle is at FanDuel TV, and the key to FanDuel is download that FanDuel TV Plus app. It's Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. That's the avenue in which you can get the FanDuel TV Plus app, as we'll have race day coverage each and every day, as we always do over on FanDuel TV, and Gabby and I will be parts of that contribution today over on FanDuel TV. Let's dive into the Grade 1, $1.25 million. Call it the feature of the day, given the size of the purse, but there are so many features here this afternoon, and the field draws 9. Carl Spackler, he's the 2-1 morning line favorite for Chad Brown, seeking his first win in this race. It's crazy because, I mean, Chad dominates in these Grade 1 turf events, but he's never won the Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile, and he's got a big opportunity today for E5 Thoroughbred Racing and Tyler Gaffleone. I'm going with the International Invader, though. You know how much I love my British racing and Irish racing. And Cooley, the son of Kingman, for Juddmonte and Harry Charlton and Frankie Dettori is where I go. We go back to Royal Ascot. This was, 3 starts back. He's run twice since, and he finishes second to Hatem. He nearly gets there. You can see him in the white sleeves and the pink cap of Juddmonte. The Wathnan runner in the red cap has the jump on him, and he almost gets there in the end. This is one of the marquee 3-year-old races for milers in the summer. This is such an important stepping stone when it comes to 3-year-olds in the mile division in Europe at Royal Ascot. He came out of that race. He caught a soft bit of ground at Deauville in his next start, and then he was 4th recently at Newbury. But they're not coming here just to come here. They're not shipping all this way just for a trip here to the United States. We always see these connections come to the U.S. in the fall, hoping and seeking fast, firm ground.
Yes.
And I think he's a very good colt. He's a half-brother to some big horses.
Frankel being one of them.
Frankel, Noble Mission, and Bullet Train. The mare Kind, the daughter of Danehill, if they haven't already, they need to build a statue for her at Juddmonte over in Europe, because she has been one of many blue hens that they have had at Juddmonte. I go to Cooley on top with Frankie. More Than Looks second. They've always liked this colt. We've known a lot about this horse going back to last year, and their willingness to, as a 3-year-old, jump into the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile at Santa Anita. He's only had 1 run this year. He could improve, and then obviously Carl Spackler is, I don't want to say the most proven commodity, but he's done the most this year with his win in the Grade 1 4-star Dave.
That's fair. With Cooley, I wanted to pick this horse, but 2 things. He's getting the 2-turn mile for the first time.
Okay.
I know the connections have always said that Kingman influence is strong with this horse, so they don't really want to stretch him out farther than a mile in Europe. I think the firm ground will help him get farther distances, but it's still a question. And he's only broken his maiden. I know that he's run huge in some group races overseas, but he has 1 win to his name. More Than Looks, a 4-time winner. Carl Spackler, a horse like this, 6-time winner out of 9 starts. I am going to More Than Looks as the top pick. I think that he can turn the tables on Carl Spackler. We'll take a look at the 4-star Dave and look at what happened. The 5 did not get out of the gate, but also More Than Looks. He was fighting with Irad Ortiz early to take him off of the pace. You can see him here going into the first turn. He's tossing his head up in the air. I understand what Irad was trying to do. You take him back, you try to save ground, but he fought him the first half of the race, and then it turned out to be somewhat of a pedestrian pace. We see Carl Spackler sitting that dream trip just outside of the speed, out in the clear. It takes this horse a long time to get going over the good listed ground. It was also his first race of the year, Scott. He had to ship in to Saratoga. Carl Spackler was up at Saratoga for several weeks or months, whatever it might be. 2 reasons why I like him to turn the tables. I think he gets a more honest pace today, and, 3 reasons. Second, off the layoff, and then also home court advantage. He is based here. He's familiar with Keeneland, and I do think that that's going to make a big difference. So More Than Looks, the top pick. Carl Spackler second. Cooley in third.
Let's go to Tom Leach for more on the Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile.
More Than Looks comes in off a runner-up effort to Carl Spackler in the 4-star Dave at Saratoga, beaten 3+ lengths. But that was not the original plan for trainer Cherie DeVoe. She didn't want to bring him back in such a tough spot for his first start since November.
We had him lined up to run in the lure, and that came off. So plan B was a tall task, and he still ran well in the 4-star Dave. And so he's training well into this spot, is working out as we'd hope it would.
How has the tour changed from last year?
He is a lot bigger, a lot stronger. He's still kind of a little difficult mentally, but not nearly as bad. He's a bit more agreeable, but he's definitely a bigger, stronger horse.
Cooley is one of 2 European shippers in the Coolmore Turf Mile. Cooley is a 3-year-old facing older, but ran well against elders last time out. Garrett O'Rourke with Juddmonte Farm says this horse made them think he might be a little better than they originally thought when he was beaten just a nose at a Group 3 at Royal Ascot back in June.
For starters, they ran him in Royal Ascot without very high expectations, and he ran much better than expected. Then they started getting the feeling that, well, maybe he is a Grade 1 horse, and jumped him up and had a race that reflected his inexperience in France. Came back last time out, ran really well again. and arrived over here. I've seen him in the mornings. Horse is very relaxed, looks tremendously well, carrying a lot of condition. I have to feel like there's some improvement in him as well.
One thing about Kukuli, he's not raced around a turn yet, but O'Rourke says the colt is nimble enough that they're confident he'll handle it just fine.
As am I.
Okay.
He's going to handle it just fine. Kukuli
He might
in
handle
a
it.
very deep field.
He might handle it, but will he handle it best?
Right, exactly. Let's move on to the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. It's the boys' turn. We had the fillies yesterday in the Darley Alcibiades, and Ferocious is installed as the morning line favorite at odds of 8-5. The second choice is Dapper Moon, the number 10 horse with Ricky Santana riding for trainer Dallas Stewart. I couldn't get past Ferocious in this instance, and here's a horse that I like the draw down on the inside. He was a $1.3 million 2-year-old purchase down in Ocala earlier this March and came close to winning the Grade 1 Hopeful Stakes in his second career start. Obviously, high hopes. They've been aggressive with him. He's been that type since day one, and we take you back to his run in the Grade 1 Hopeful. The way that he ran going 7 furlongs, I just think that the added distance is going to really help this Son of Flatter here this afternoon. Now, Chancer McPatrick is going to come over the top and pull off this victory, but he hangs right there with him. It looked like he was done. And when Chancer McPatrick came alongside of him, he re-engaged that horse, and I was really impressed by that. And so Ferocious, I go with the favorite on top based on what he did in the Hopeful, and we'll see Chancer McPatrick up in New York as he preps for the Breeders' Cup. As far as the second choice, East Avenue, blowout winner for Godolphin, comes from an incredible female line, son of Medaglia d'Oro, 8-length winner at Ellis Park going 6 furlongs. Looks the type that'll get better with the added distance. And then Dapper Moon, a horse that broke his maiden in start 2 of his career. He was beaten on debut by a horse, Incentive Play, who ended up 3rd in that Grade 1 Hopeful that we just showed back. So he's held good form. So you've got to respect him. 1, 5, 10, my top 3 for the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity.
With Ferocious, I agree with you. I like the inside draw because of how he ran on when Chancer McPatrick kind of re-engaged him. The connections came out of the race saying that he did lose a shoe throughout the running of the race, and maybe that would have been an excuse as to why he ran so spotty. I believe that. I think sometimes it takes them out of their element. They're a little off balanced when something like that happens during a race. And I still think he almost won a Grade 1 despite all of that. So Ferocious, I do like him, but East Avenue could be anything. We'll show you his debut effort at Ellis Park. This was back on the 24th of August. Now, I know that during the course of the summer at Ellis, you wanted to be forwardly placed. So a lot of people might say that he rode the bias, but he wasn't even asked in this race, and he still won by 8 lengths. And if you think to yourself, okay, well, why didn't Brendan go to Saratoga or somewhere else with this horse? He has prepared many nice horses in the past at Ellis. It's just a convenient location for him. And sometimes, it really boosts a horse's confidence. When you have a good horse and they can run against maybe a modest bunch, it really goes a long way when they do step into these deeper waters like this. He tried to do it, or he did it successfully with Maxfield, and I know a lot of people are bringing up that comparison. Maxfield ran 8 furlongs first time out. This horse does go from 3/4 to the mile and a 16th today. That's going to be the big difference. Can he do what he did last time out, stretching out to 2 turns? We'll see. I like him. 5-1 and then 10 Dapper Moon. I agree with you. Really nice progression with this horse. I think he's going to sit on his best today in his 3rd start.
Let's roll it back to another Grade 1, race number 8, the Grade 1 First Lady Stakes presented by UK Healthcare. Gina Romantica, we know how much she loves it here at Keeneland Racecourse, the daughter of Into Mischief for Peter Brandt, bred by the Brogdons, Carrie and Craig Brogdon over at Mockimer Hall. We know how much they love this mare. She gets more pace today, I think, which helps her in this situation, especially with AG Bullet being in here. But in this spot, I go to Chili Flag, the number 8 horse, for Chad Brown, looking for another Grade 1 win in the First Lady Stakes. She's a miler, right? This is what she wants to do. She won a 1 1/8 last time out behind White Beam, and she was so far out of it, and it just didn't work out. And the last time that she won a mile at Saratoga back in June, she's able to rally, and she got a fairly decent pace. It wasn't overly quick on that afternoon, but she's just better in these mile distance races, and we've seen her beat good horses at Churchill Downs. We saw her beat a good Juddmonte filly who was formerly over in Europe, Coppice. So I would just throw out that last race at 1 1/8, getting her back to what she's at her best, and I think that she gets plenty of pace to flash what she's been able to do in those mile events. The number 10 horse, AG Bullet, she's speedy. She's a filly that can mix it up out there on the front end, and she beat Ocean Club, who came out of that race at Kentucky Downs on the 31st of August, that Grade 2, and she won the Grade 3 Noble Damsel up in New York. So that's good form. Mike Smith picks up the mount there. There's a rider change if you don't have it, riding AG Bullet for Richie Baltus, a daughter of Twirling Candy, and fillies by Twirling Candy were very popular at the Keeneland September sale just a few weeks ago. And then finally, the number 2 horse, Tarawa, for the Aga Khan and Dermot Weld. Another situation where they're not just coming here to come, because the last time that Dermot Weld has brought horses here to the U.S. was with a filly named Tarnawa, who won the Breeders' Cup Turf here at Keeneland.
One letter.
And then the next race, or next year, was second at Del Mar. So they're bringing her here off of a Grade 3 victory. The filly she beat in that race at the Curragh would go on out of there and win the Grade 2 Moiglair Blandford Studs with a big last to first run. She's a handy filly. She likes to sit off the pace. So I go to her. You've got to consider her, just the fact that Dermot Weld shows up here to Keeneland at this point in the season.
So Chad sends out a bevy of horses today, and I agree with you in terms of which Chad Brown horse I prefer, and that's the 8 Chili Flag. I think she's really good at the mile, the flat mile. Gina Romantica, you know I've been a big fan of Gina Romantica in the past, and she is perfectly capable at a mile, but I just hearken back to the day of the Justa game, and this horse, just Chili Flag, was better at a mile at Keeneland. And I don't want to oversimplify it, but I really do think that Chili Flag, just her kick is a lot better at this distance. All that said, I went to the 5 Walkathon as my top pick. We'll roll back a replay for this filly, mare I should say. She is the type of mare that is getting better and better. Sometimes we see 5-year-old mares, they can go one of two ways. They can either tail off or they can peak. And she is peaking right now. I remember having a conversation with Ian Wilkes several starts ago, actually before the Anchorage. And he said, and Brian admitted to this as well in the Distaff Turf Mile at Churchill, he said he did not time the move appropriately on her. She's kind of a tricky horse to ride. She's got a very quick turn of foot, but you have to time it appropriately. They have figured her out. I truly believe that. And she has turned into a different animal as of late. I think she's in good enough form to be able to tackle this group today. So Walkathon on top for me. I'll also use Chili Flag and the 2, Tarawa.
Let's go back to race number 7. This is the Thoroughbred Club of America Grade 2 event for the female sprinters. Scratch the number 2 horse, Anywho, so down to a field of 6. Brightwork, a filly that they tried long. She's a sprinter, bottom line. She's going to continue to sprint. She won the Prioress in her only start at the age of 3, going back to August, so a late start to her year, but a good start to her year as well. Spirit Wind, the number 4 horse, this is one of the fillies or horses today that I'm most confident in when it comes to the stakes races specifically. Her win in the Honorable Miss was very impressive. She's been different since they've added blinkers, and you'll notice that the blinker in which they use on her, the set of blinkers which they use on her, is an outside extension blinker. She doesn't even have a cup on the inside on the far side there. She's just fast, bottom line. And how quick was the main track yesterday here at Keeneland? I think we've got to expect that it's going to be more of the same here this afternoon. And the pass I give her on her last race was at Charlestown. It's a 2-turn race.
Yeah.
It's a 2-turn, 7-furlong race. They took their shot in a $500,000 stake at the end of August, but she's back to sprinting. Turn her loose, get on with it, with the Hall of Famer Mike Smith in the saddle. So I've got Spirit Wind on top over the number 6 horse, Zeitlos, who's been a very good filly for the Stone Street Connections, and Peter Lydell and Steve Asmussen. She'll be coming from off the pace and will be outrun early on. And then finally, Bright Work. I don't think you can ignore her at this point, especially if she can get better second start of the year.
She's a 3-year-old going against older company, and that is a big, I think, test for horses at this time of year. I talked to Johnny Ortiz yesterday. He said he did consider maybe running in the Raven run, but he thinks that his filly is getting better right now, whereas you get what you see with the other fillies and mares in this race. So taking a little bit of a shot with his 3-year-old going against older company. Red Carpet Ready is going to be the top pick for me for Rusty Arnold. Look at the horses she has faced on the dirt, Scott. And I know it's been a while since she's won. She won the Hurricane Birdie down in Gulfstream back in March. It was a grade 3. It was a good effort, but she came back to run against Alva Star and Vava in her next 2 races on the dirt. Grade 1 races back to back. I do think she's a grade 1 type of horse. And there are no slouches in this field, but I think Vava and Alva Star, they are very, very nice horses at the grade 1 level, Vava in particular. So Red Carpet Ready, I think in some ways gets a little bit of a class relief, and she'll be a price. So I did go to Red Carpet Ready as the top selection here.
Let's go on to the Woodford Grade 2 race number 6, 5.5 furlongs, featuring last year's Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint winner, No Balls for Patricia's Hope LLC. Larry Ravelli trains and bred by the great Doc Chandler here in the state of Kentucky. Third off the layoff. Super Quest is the morning line favorite at odds of 7-2. Mark Cassie's been on a tear over the last month or so. He's winning stakes races left and right, and this colt for Live Oak Plantation certainly does have a big opportunity with his speed. I'm leaning on No Balls. Today's the day for him, in my opinion, because he's...
Careful what you say there, Scott.
Listen, that's what they named him. That's what we're going to call him. You go back to his run in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. He was 12-1 that day with Gerardo Corrales in a masterful ride, hanging down on the inside, gets that gap to work with, gets him to finish, beats this international cast of runners, and beats horses like Big Invasion, who we saw run over at Santa Anita down the hill last weekend in the Eddie D Stakes, and not quite as effective going down the hill, as that's more tuned for horses that are more like a milers. But he cuts back in distance. Third start of the year, and he was beaten by Cogburn. If Cogburn was in here, he'd be 1-9.
Yeah,
Cogburn's one of the best horses in the world right now for Steve Asmussen. So I go to No Balls. Today's the day to get ready for the Breeders' Cup title defense. Our Shot, the 4. Don't ignore him. Top pick, though, No Balls.
Well, I'll pick it up where you kind of left off. Our Shot is going to be my top selection here for John Terranova. We'll roll back a race for him. Our Shot comes into the race off of a second-place finish in the Harvey Pack. This was his race 2 starts back, though, in July on the 28th against Allowance Company. And I pulled up this race because he went against Super Quest, who is the favorite. Super Quest does wind up winning this race, but this horse ran a huge race. He's down on the inside. He's on the rail. He slowly starts to pick up the pieces. And honestly, I just feel like he got going a little bit too late, but still ran too good of a race to lose. Even last time out, he got going when he saw Big Invasion kind of rally out in the center of the racetrack. He's a tricky horse to ride. He's kind of like the Ferocious replay that we showed. When he's engaged with another horse to his outside, he kicks on, and he's very game. And I think Luis Saez has learned a thing or two riding him in the past 2 starts, and hopefully that makes a difference today.
Clocker Report, let's get after it on this Saturday. 2 horses to take a look at. We'll start with race number 11 and a first-time starter for Gary and Mary West out of the Brad Cox barn. That is Army Hero. And we take you back to Army Hero's workout on the 30th of September. Homebred son of Union Rags. Working in company with Daring Hope, an unraced daughter of Lookin' at Lucky. Barn wins at a solid clip with its first-time starters and sports a gap-free work tab. So consistent workouts for Army Hero getting set for his debut as we look back to that what looks to be easy 48-2 half-mile drill here at Keeneland Racecourse. And then Quantum Burst in race number 3, the number 8 horse. 1 minute and 4, the best of 2 at that distance. Daughter of Munning stepped off 5 furlongs in company with stablemate Autumn Rhythm, an unraced Vacoma filly. And the Dark Bay hasn't missed a beat since starting breezing at Keeneland back in July. Sire Offspring are precocious as well. So look out for Army Hero in the nightcap. That's the 4, race 11, race 3, the 8, Quantum Burst. All Stakes Pick 5 time. We've combined forces for this All Stakes Pick 5, which pool is going to be massive. We encourage you to get involved in these great races here today, and we start going 4 deep in the first leg in the Woodford.
Yeah, 4 deep. I think you and I kind of saw that race a little differently, but you also want to, have enough horses in there to get through the first leg. The 4 Our Shot, the 6 No Balls, the 8 Super Quest, who's likely speed, and Arzak. We didn't even talk about Arzak, but he is very nice, especially here locally. Race 7, the Thoroughbred Club of America, the Grade 2 event. We used the 1, 4, and the 7. The 4 Spirit Wind, your top selection. The 7 Red Carpet Ready, my top pick. The First Lady, we did use a couple of horses there. Tarawa, the 5 Walkathon, and as well as Chili Flag. And race 9, which is the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, we're just using 2 horses with Ferocious and East Avenue, our top 2 selections. And then we get to the 10th in final race of the sequence, the Coolmore Turf Mile, and 2, 3, 9 for the 2 of us.
$108, worth the investment in the all-stakes pick 5. And keep in mind, there's a lot of multi-race exotic opportunities today with it being an 11-race card. Let's go to Tom Leach. He's got his long shot pick on this Saturday.
Our long shot today comes in the Grade 2 TCA Stakes, and it's going to be Red Carpet Ready. Red Carpet Ready is a multiple graded stakes winner. They've tried her on turf twice this year. Didn't really go so well. Getting back on the main surface, 3rd start off a layoff. I think Red Carpet Ready could be ready to bounce back to a big effort and might get a little overlooked on the tote board.
All right, you both like Red Carpet Ready.
Let's do it. I love when I can see eye to eye with Tom Leach. I love his long shots.
It's going to be a massive day. Looking forward to all of these races. The undercard is equally as good. Get involved in the early pick 5. Don't forget about the Toyota Super High 5 carryover. And we look forward to welcoming a big crowd. We had a lot of folks here yesterday. And, oh, by the way, speaking of wagering, I just want to make sure I've got this correct. The handle for yesterday, $15.2 million. That was up nearly 5% from last year. So we appreciate that. Thank you, and we know you're going to be involved on a great day of racing. For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy Fall Star Saturday today at Keeneland. Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November breeding stock sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th.
Wandering son returns. The older brother, who's been away from the family for over 1,000 days, is back. A little bolder, more sophisticated, stronger yet leaner. The all-new Land Cruiser resumes its place alongside the new, more dynamic Tacoma, the powerful Tundra, the legendary 4Runner, and the full-size adventuring Sequoia to reunite Toyota's 5 brothers. The family that plays together stays together. Toyota, let's go places.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans mixed with the Pacific breeze. You have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness race after race after race. You have to be here to witness unforgettable and to believe the unbelievable. This November, be at Del Mar for an experience that's truly a breed apart.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. 10 Kentucky Derby winners, 6 Triple Crown winners, 17 Horses of the Year, 23 Hall of Famers, and over 300 champions. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Keeneland welcomes Maggie Wilson to the paddock. Maggie, from Richmond, Kentucky, is a current student at Eastern Kentucky University pursuing a major in education. Maggie has performed the national anthem locally several times, including performances at Rupp Arena, the EKU 9/11 Memorial, and the Lexington Legends. Today, Maggie will first present our state song, My Old Kentucky Home.
The sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the people are gay. The corn tops ripe and the meadows in the bloom, while the birds make music all the day. The young folk roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by, hard times come a-knocking at the door. My old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home. For my old Kentucky home, far away.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket its red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Keeneland is proud to recognize Deborah Stevens with concessions as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Deborah. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. Time now for a check of the John Deere track and turf conditions. Main track is fast. The turf is firm. Temporary rail is down. Today, time now for a look at the program changes. Beginning in the first race, where the first of the day is rolling doubles and pick threes, and also the early pick five will get underway. No changes in that first event. Second race, start of the early pick four. Scratch the 12, Mary's Lad. Scratch 13, Honor Point. Scratch 15, My Father's Place, and scratch 16, Sandcast. That's in race 2. Scratch the 12, Mary's Lad. Scratch 13, Honor Point. Scratch 15, My Father's Place, and scratch 16, Sandcast. Please note number 14, Viking Sun, draws into the race. Paco Lopez, the jockey. 14, Viking Sun, draws into the race. Paco Lopez will be the jockey. Third race, scratch number 3, Big Air. That's the third race, scratch number 3, Big Air. Fourth race, scratch 10, Desert Duke, and scratch 14, Big Hat Willie. That's the fourth race, scratch 10, Desert Duke, and scratch 14, Big Hat Willie. Jockey change on the 11, it'll be Jareth Loveberry. That's the 11, Cowboy Justice, the jockey, Jareth Loveberry. And please note, number 13, Bench, draws into the race. 13, Bench will run John Velasquez as programmed. Race 5. That's the start of the pick 6, no carryover. Scratch number 5, Sexagenarian. Race 5, scratch number 5, Sexagenarian. Sixth race, the Woodford, presented by FanDuel. That is the start of the All-Stakes Pick 5. It's also the start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 6, 8, and 10. In that sixth race, scratch number 2, Axthelm. Scratch 13, Determined Kingdom. And scratch 14, Hedwig. That's race 6, scratch number 2, Axthelm. Scratch 13, Determined Kingdom. And scratch 14, Hedwig. Please note, number 15 draws into the race. 15, Foxtrot Anna, draws into the race. Sophie Doyle as programmed. Seventh race, Thoroughbred Club of America. That is where the All-Stakes Pick 4 gets underway. In that seventh race, scratch number 2, Anywho. That's the seventh race, scratch number 2, Anywho. Eighth race, start of the late pick 4. Race 8, the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare. Jockey change for the 10, Ag Bullet, the jockey Mike Smith. That's the eighth race. Number 10, Ag Bullet, the jockey Mike Smith. Ninth race, Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. No changes. 10th race, featured Coolmore Turf Mile. No changes. 11th race, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $9,156. No changes in race 11. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Welcome to Saturday of opening weekend, Fall Stars weekend here at Keeneland Racecourse. Scott and Gabby with you for 11 races. We're going to keep you here late at Keeneland Racecourse, and it's worth it, Gabby. We've got 5 stakes races, all of the graded variety. And don't forget, there's an all-stakes pick 5 starting with that first of 5 stakes races, race number 6, the Grade 2 Woodford, presented by FanDuel.
I can't wait for this card. I handicapped it a couple of days ago, and I've just been chomping at the bit to get to today. It is beautiful weather today. Once again, fast and firm conditions. You mentioned the graded stakes races. We have 3 grade 1s, and all of them super challenging, but also exciting.
And race number 10, the Grade 1, $1.25 million Coolmore Turf Mile. There's international representation. You've got Aidan O'Brien and Coolmore bringing in Mountain Bear. Kakuli, the half-brother to Frankel and Noble Mission and Bullet Train. He comes over for Juddmonte. And then Carl Spackler, which looks to be Chad Brown's best miler right now, invades. And let's not overlook Cherie DeVos More Than Looks.
I like More Than Looks in there. I think he can turn the tables on Carl Spackler. But obviously the European contingent, you always have to respect. A lot of the times they come over here and they take our money, and it very well could be the case today.
Great day of racing. Enjoy it. So many opportunities ahead. The first of 11 gets underway at the top of the hour.
Horses are in the paddock for the opener on the Saturday program for Fall Starts Weekend. Tremendous day of racing, many wagering opportunities today. There's an all-stakes pick 5 a little bit later today, but there's also an early pick 5, which kicks off in today's opener. The number 4, One True Chance, opens up as the favorite at 2-1, and this is the direction I go in as well. Wesley Ward with maiden claiming first-time starters at Keeneland. He wins at about 35%, and somehow it is still a positive ROI, approaching almost $3 for that ROI. So it's a successful move for trainer Wesley Ward. This horse has had decent workouts. He's been working for quite some time, but obviously there's a reason why he does debut at the $50,000 level. Wesley Ward just knows where to spot his horses, especially his 2-year-olds. He is a son of Chancelot. We've seen the progeny be quite precocious as well out of a limited sample size, but the 4, One True Chance is going to be the top pick for me. The 1, Colonel York, I am well familiar with this horse. I think I have been there for each and every single one of his starts. He's always made a really nice impression. Even in his first race, I can remember seeing him in the paddock at Churchill Downs thinking, man, he's a good-looking horse. He's a Texas bred, didn't really know what to make of him. But Brett Calhoun seems like he thought highly of him because after that debut, he did step him into maiden special weight waters and finally got him a little bit of a class relief last time out. His form, the fields that he's been facing, certainly stack up against the competition that he goes against here today. So I think he's a logical contender. He's just going to have to work out a trip from that inside post position. And then finally, the number 9, Jay David, first-time starter for Tommy Drury Jr. In the past couple of weeks, I don't have a stat necessarily to back this up, but Tommy Drury has sent out some horses at high-level maiden claiming races, and he has aired with them. He did it a couple of times during the September meet at Churchill Downs, and maybe that could be the case for him here. He's also just had a very good couple of months talking about the barn. He spots his horses appropriately, and I think that could be the case with the number 9, Jay David. Tommy Drury's good with 2-year-olds. He's good with maiden claimers. He's good with first-time starters. So across the board, the stats are strong, and this horse does look well prepared at first asking, and we'll see if he can get the job done. He does get in with a lighter weight, too, which I think is always important, especially in these 2-year-old maiden races. He gets in with 7 pounds off because of the apprentice rider, Moncada. Horses will be making their way to the main track in a moment's time. We'll take a closer look at the field as they approach the starting gate as well. We are 15 minutes away from today's opener. Once again, this race does kick off that early pick 5. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, maiden claiming event, 2-year-olds, a $50,000 claiming price, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 5. The main track is fast. The turf is firm. No changes in this first race. Post time at 7 minutes.
Taking a look at the 4 on the track, but a horse did unseat the rider. I'm trying to figure out who indeed that was. It was the 6 horse who did unseat the rider there. Pray for the Bear unseated the rider, and he is taking off the right way, so hopefully the outriders here can catch him. He is well clear from the rest of the field, but the 4, One True Chance, is a horse I wanted to mention because he was actually acting up coming out to the racetrack. He was kind of just running over some of the other horses down the horse path, and once he finally got out in the post parade, he was still acting up a bit. Unfortunately, with the 6 horse running around the racetrack, I think that's kind of contributing to his mood right now. So I hope that he can settle. He certainly looks like a very fast horse. But I do worry about kind of his mindset right now, especially with all that is going on in this first race. And look, sometimes it happens with 2-year-olds. They can be physically prepared, but it's that mental component. And unfortunately, with the 6 running off behind him, it does look like it's rattled him a bit. The outrider has caught the 6, so good news there. As we take another look at the 2, Altabelli, I wanted to bring up this horse because I thought he looked really well on the track today. I was familiar with him when he ran first time out at Churchill Downs, and he just kind of looked like a baby that day. I don't know that he was mentally checked in that day, but he certainly looks like he's more fit today for this outing, and I also like how he's acting. He was one of the more professional horses on the track today. And then finally, the number 9, J. David. He is much smaller than the 2, Altabelli. He's a compact sort, but I like his attitude. He has a bit of an attitude, and I like the way he's kind of warming up on the track, taking in everything, getting a good, strong warm-up. Again, Tommy Drewer Jr. has done really well with his maiden claiming debuters as of late. He can win with a first-time starter as well. Strong stats backing that up, and I thought this horse really looked the part. So there are some thoughts for those 2-year-old maidens warming up on track. We're 3 minutes out from today's opener.
Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's first race. Scratch number 6, Pray for the Bear. Late scratch in Keeneland's first race. Scratch number 6, Pray for the Bear. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line for the first. Hank Hill comes forward. Kavanaugh. One True Chance. Jay David will be the last to load. Goes in. They are at the post. Now Jay David backs out. Into line he goes at the post. And they're off. Jay David, full of energy, comes out for the lead in the opening strides, but plenty of company there as they head up the back stretch. It'll be Colonel York and Alto Belly who have some early speed down to the inside, and these two now come forward to contest the top spot. Jay David's going to drop back into fourth. One True Chance moves up into third. Jay David to the inside now is in the fourth position. Kavanaugh is fifth. And then comes Hotline Blink back in the sixth position. Opening quarter is on the board in 21.98 seconds. Gallo de Fuego and Hank Hill at the back as they round the far turn. Alto Belly from the outside has a head in front. Colonel York is there to the inside, still contesting the lead. Gap of 3 lengths. One True Chance is racing in third, trying to pick up the leaders. Goes toward the center of the track off the far turn. Jay David, fourth back toward the inside, still 5 from the front. Alto Belly with One True Chance moving on the outside. These two coming forward. Colonel York is still there to the inside. Jay David is in the fourth position. Gallo de Fuego is fifth back toward the rail. One True Chance Chance is in front by 2 lengths. One True Chance into the final furlong, 2 lengths to the good. J. David to second. One True Chance, Walter Rodriguez to win the opener at Keeneland. It was J. David across the line in the second position, and then further back, Gallo de Fuego came up the rail to grab third.
Wesley Ward padding those stats with 2-year-old first out winners. The number 4, One True Chance, actually came from off of the pace, rated nicely behind horses. Sometimes we expect Wesley's 2-year-old to go wire to wire. That certainly wasn't the case for this horse. Very professional rating behind the pace, making that move and circling around them to get up for the victory. A nice runner-up effort by the number 9, J. David, to get in second, and these two were well clear from the third place finisher.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 4, One True Chance, was first. Number 9, J. David, second. The 7, Gallo de Fuego, third. And the 1, Colonel York, fourth. 4-9-7-1, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 4, One True Chance, owned by Crawford Farms Racing, Michelle and Al Crawford, trained by Wesley Ward, Walter Rodriguez, the jockey. One True Chance, 2-year-old gelded son of Chancelot, out of Yankee Victoria by Yankee Victor, bred in Kentucky by Crawford Farms. 6 furlongs, 1 minute, 11.08 seconds over the fast main track. First race results official. 4-9-7-1, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the early pick 4. Turf is listed firm. Temporary rail is down today. In race 2, scratch the 12, Mary's Lad. Also scratch 13, Honor Point. Scratch 15, My Father's Place. And scratch 16, Sandcast. A reminder, number 14, Viking Sun, draws into the race. Contrary to the program, Paco Lopez, the jockey. 14, Viking Sun, draws into the race. The jockey, Paco Lopez.
Race 2 coming up next is for the 2-year-old boys as well. They're going to be heading out to the firm turf course at the distance of 1 mile for this maiden special weight race. Very competitive group of horses, but my top pick goes to a 7-1 shot. That's the number 5 Culture War. A second-time starter for Robbie Medina, and Tyler Gaffleone back aboard. He was aboard this colt first time out at Kentucky Downs, so I'm happy to see him back aboard here today. So he had an outside post position, and obviously it depends on the distance of the race, but I did think that outside post positions were really tricky to overcome at Kentucky Downs because you can't necessarily hustle your horse out of the starting gate because of the peaks and valleys given the configuration at a course like Kentucky Downs. So he kind of lost any early position that he probably would have wanted. And despite that, he still ran on very well to finish third against a good group of horses. He lost to the likes of Warlander, who we're going to see tomorrow in the Bourbon. So just from that standpoint alone, I think it was a very good group of horses. I like the 5 Culture War, second time out today. States' Rights is the other horse that I think you can consider, and we talk about this often. Cherie DeVoe, she never really focuses on winning first time out. So I think you can kind of put that first race aside because that's usually what we see with their horses. They just want experience first time out. He did face the likes of Owen Almighty, who is a very promising 2-year-old for Brian Lynch as well. But this horse came back to, unfortunately, lose by a head at Saratoga in his next start. Kind of like the fact that they've tapped the brakes with him, given him a freshening since Saratoga, and they bring him back here to Keeneland. He's been training forwardly at Ellis Park, and he hopefully can take another step forward in order to get the win today. And then finally, the number 11, Dom Traces for trainer Nacho Correas. This horse was bet first time out, 5-1, and 5-1 in a field at Kentucky Downs where you're dealing with large field sizes, I think is definitely telling. He lost to Golden Afternoon. I think that is a very promising horse for trainer Carlo Vaccarezza. All considering that, Nacho Correas is also very familiar with the mare, Donna Bruja. He did train her. He campaigned her very well. She was multiple graded stakes type of mare as well. So the 11 Dom Traces, I think, is another horse that you can certainly consider in the mix as well. This is a very competitive field. I'm curious to get a closer look at some of these 2-year-olds as they come trackside. We are 17 minutes out from the second race today. This race does kick off that early pick 4, pick 3 wagering also available. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Slip Away, maiden special weight, 2-year-olds at 1 mile over the firm turf. Temporary rail is down today. Scratch the 12, Mary's Lad. Scratch 13, Honor Point. Also scratch the 15, My Father's Place, and scratch 16, Sandcast. A reminder, 14, Viking Sun draws into the race, but contrary to the program, the jockey is Paco Lopez. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Post time at 6 minutes.
Taking a closer look at this field, and we'll kick it off with the number 3 Authentic Gallop for trainer Tom Amos. I really liked how this horse was acting here today. There are a couple of horses that are getting warm, a little keyed up and energized, but this horse just kept his composure, which you obviously always love to see. He nearly won last time out at Saratoga. He set the pace and just lost by a head that day, or a neck, I should say. And that was the first time that they added blinkers. I do think that all the changes that were made, the distance, the surface switch, the blinkers on, everything that they did made a huge difference. And I just really like how he's presenting himself this afternoon, perhaps one to consider at 7-2. The number 5, Culture War, another one that really like to see. He was one of the fitter horses, I would say, in this field. He just really looked tucked up. He looks really well defined as well. There are some other horses who are just big, kind of sturdy horses. This horse has more of an athletic build to him, which I really like to see at this distance on the turf. Then number 11, Dom Trace's big, beautiful looking horse. He's a son of Medaglia d'Oro, I mentioned, out of that graded stakes mare, Donna Bruja. And I remember seeing this horse first time out at Kentucky Downs. I feel like I'm even more impressed by him here this afternoon. He just looks like he's a little more checked in today. And look, sometimes horses like Kentucky Downs, sometimes they don't. I think he was the latter. I don't think he handled the surface, and he also looked a little bit confused out there in the big field. So I think this is a track that he's going to benefit coming here to a track like Keeneland. The number 14, Viking Sun, just wanted to take note of the rider change here. make it Paco Lopez aboard for the 14 Viking Sun, and he's actually approaching a major milestone. Paco Lopez is shipped into Keeneland for the day, and he is one win away from 4,000 career victories. So we wish him the best of luck as he will be riding the 14 at 36-1. We're 2 minutes out from the second race. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Slip Away, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line race 2. Ragtree goes in. Here's Battle Drum coming forward. Dom Traces. Culture War. Crystal Hill going in. Viking Sun, the last one, comes forward. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. And Agata, Authentic Gallop, both have early speed. Authentic Gallop moves forward for the lead. Culture War between horses. Dream Scheme is there up on the outside, heading into the first turn. In fact, they stack up 5 across, contesting that second position. 6 wide now into the turn will go Dom Traces out in the center of the course. Authentic Gallop saves the ground against the rail, leads it by a length. Battle Drum second and neck. Anagata is in third position. Culture War goes fourth, a lane off the rail. Dom Traces now 3 wide, heading onto the backstretch off the first turn into 5th. States Rights against the rail, saved ground from that inside starting spot in 6th position. And then Dream Scheme between horses 7th. Crystal Hill is 8th. Ragtree is 9th. Turnbuckle is 10th on the far outside. Viking Sun moves up 1 spot from 11th position, and no rematches last to the 12. It was 23.81 for the opening quarter, 49.11 seconds for the first half mile. Authentic Gallop leading Battle Drum by a length to the far turn. Anagata third. Dom Traces is 4th on the outside, 2 lengths off the lead, a gap of 2 more to Culture War in 5th between horses. Ragtree far outside. Here's States Rights trying to find some running room. In fifth, down toward the inside, shifting lanes, has to go toward the outside, still looking for running room, still 6 lengths off the lead. Battle Drum is the leader. Here comes Anagata along with States Rights. Anagata coming late, States Rights far outside. They've got to catch Battle Drum. States Rights is taking aim now. It is Battle Drum with the lead. States Rights is right alongside. States Rights has a narrow lead for Luis Saez, and now States Rights getting clear. States Rights to win it. Battle Drum was across the line in the second position. And then further back, Anagata third.
Well, it was just a matter of getting out in the clear for the number 1 States Rights. Luis Saez taking his time with this horse, angling him out at the top of the stretch, getting him kind of covered up in the early stages. At this point in time, or at the beginning of the stretch, it kind of looked like the 4 Battle Drum with that explosive kick was going to pull away from this field. But the 1 States Rights, once he got out in the clear, came with this impressive closing run to get up as the favorite, 6-5 favorite over the number 4 horse, Battle Drum. Your unofficial order of finish, 1-4-2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 1, States Rights, finished first. Number 4, Battle Drum, second. Number 2, Anagata, third. Number 9, Dream Scheme, fourth. 1-4-2-9, unofficial. Race 2, results official. 1-4-2-9, the official results. Into the winner's circle, the official winner of Keeneland's second race, the slip away, number 1, States Rights. Owned by Belladonna Racing LLC of Portia Brooks, Twin Brooks Stables of Bruce Fenimore, Woodford Racing LLC of William S. Ferris Jr., BCWT Limited of Barbara Weber, owned also by Taylor Creek of Hunter Rankin, owned as well by Rod Hatfield and Hatfield Stables of Bud Hatfield, the trainer Cherie DeVoe, the jockey Luis Saez. States Rights, a 2-year-old son of Constitution out of Aleb by Pioneer of the Nile, bred in Virginia by Audley Farm Equine. Keeneland November graduate states rights. 1 mile over the firm turf, 1 minute 37.31 seconds. In the winner's circle, the slip-away trophy presentation to the connections of states' rights. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. On behalf of the Keeneland Association, Vice President of Racing Gatewood Bell is presenting a check for $5,623 to the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. Joining Gatewood in the winner's circle are members of the Keeneland Jockey Colony. Keeneland would like to thank the PDJF for its efforts to assist disabled riders and improve safety in racing. Keeneland's third race upcoming, main track listed fast, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch number 3, Big Air. Third race, scratch number 3, Big Air.
Moving on to the third race on today's Saturday program. This race does kick off a pick 3, a double exacta trifecta wagering, superfecta wagering as well in this upcoming race. 7 furlongs on the main track, maiden special weight for the 2-year-old fillies. Here's a look at the number 4, Impulse Buy. She's going to be my top selection, trained by Rudolph Brisset, who has very strong numbers with maidens making their second career start. We saw Rudy win with a couple of first-time starters over the course of the over the course of the summer, but generally speaking, Rudolph's horses have a tendency to improve with each and every start. This filly is bred to be a good one. She's a filly by Speightstown. She's out of JoJo Warrior, stakes quality type of mare. And this filly just ran against a really nice horse in debut, Liam in the Dust, who we saw run in the Alcibiades yesterday. So Impulse Buy, I expect a big improvement in her second career start. And if that's the case, I think that's enough to put her in the winner's circle. The 11, Illuminatrice, is a first-time starter. Number 9. Taking a look at another horse in this field, the number 9 horse is sent out by trainer Graham Motion. And this is a horse who is by Twirling Candy and out of Lucky Copy, an unbridled song mare. And she's been putting in solid workouts at Fairhill, and Graham, I feel like he always ships in here with a purpose, whether it be maiden horses or stakes quality horses or allowance horses, whatever it may be. He always ships in Keeneland with a purpose. So I think this horse has a big shot with a good outside post position. I like this outside post position considering the distance at 7/8. You don't want to get bogged down on the inside. So outside post, hopefully she's fit enough in her debut. She certainly looks like that. Curious to get a closer look at her as they come trackside, but she certainly looks fit for the debut today, and I like the fact that she is getting bet. The number 5 horse, Complex Secret, making her third career start, and I think everything has built to maybe an improved performance today in her third start, going 7 furlongs. She at least has the most foundation underneath of her. She has 2 3/4 races. Her last race was an improvement from her first race, so you have to like the trajectory here. And of course, she is by freshman stallion in Complexity, who's been having a lot of impressive runners this season. The number 5 Complex Secret, is going to be my second selection. A good third place finish last time out. She outran her odds really last time at 25-1. Take a closer look at the field as they come trackside here, 14 minutes out from race 3. Claiborne, Coolmore, FanDuel, and the Thoroughbred Club of America are pleased to sponsor the Best Turned Out Awards today at Keeneland. Representatives from Claiborne, Coolmore, FanDuel, or the Thoroughbred Club of America will judge the horses in the paddock prior to their respective races and present the groom responsible for the Best Turned Out horse with a $500 cash award.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. The American Pharaoh, maiden special weight, 2-year-old filly, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Doubled and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch number 3, Big Air. Post time in 5 minutes.
The winner of the Coolmore Best Turned Out Award is Albia Jimenez, the groom for the number 6 Liberation Day. Congratulations to Albia, and we'll start the conversation with the number 6 Liberation Day, and I'm actually pleasantly surprised to see that Albia gets the award here, because this horse looks sensational this afternoon. I know Vicky Oliver's horses always look really good in the afternoon, but this horse really, in some ways, was a standout just physically. She looks great on the track, shiny coat, really healthy. She wasn't getting too warm. A couple of other fillies in this field were getting warm, and she really held a nice composure today. So we'll see what she can do first time out. Sometimes Vicky really focuses on horses winning in their second or third career starts, but she did look really nice on the track today. The number 8, Quantum Burst, is in fact a clocker pick. Apparently this filly has been working quite well in the morning right here at Keeneland. We watched the workout on Today at Keeneland this morning, and she did it relatively easily as well, just well within herself. So Quantum Burst, she's behaving really well. You can see her, she's more of a really well-balanced type of filly, very athletic looking filly. When you compare her to other horses in this field from a physical standpoint, I mean, some of the other fillies here are bigger in size and scope. Leads me to believe that maybe the 7 furlongs might be kind of a stepping stone to stretching out to 2 turns, but with her, she looks racy enough to be able to kind of handle the 7/8 distance at first asking. The number 4, Impulse Buy, I really like her as a physical, but she was popping up on her hind legs just a few minutes ago when she came out the horse path and onto the track. You know, she gave Tyler Gaffleon a little bit of a hard time here on the track. I'm happy to see her settled down now, but obviously that's something to consider. She did run very well first time out, and she's still going to be my top selection. I think she can take a big step forward this afternoon. 1 minute out from race 3. Good luck.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's 5th race. In race 5, scratch number 8, Charbonnet. Again, looking ahead to Keeneland's 5th race. In race 5, scratch number 8, Charbonnet. Horses for the 3rd race, the American Pharoah, have reached the starting gate. Moving into line for race 3. Impulse Buy moving into line. Quantum Burst coming forward. Here's Complex Secret. Illuminatrice, the last one. Moves in. They're at the post. And they're off. Complex Secret has early speed. Impulse Buy moves up as well as they head up the back stretch. And it will be Impulse Buy who comes forward and takes the advantage clear now. Impulse Buy against the rail leads it by a length and a half. Quantum Burst is second, 3/4 of a length. Complex Secret is third by the same margin. B Bluff is fourth up on the outside. Gap of 5 lengths. Planiloquent is back toward the inside in fifth. Liberation Day alongside that one is sixth. The break of 7 more lengths back to Buriana, who is next to last. Illuminatrice is the trailer as they head to the far turn. The opening quarter went in 22.11 seconds. Impulse Buy, the leader. Impulse Buy leads it by a length and a half. Quantum Burst is second, 3/4 of a length. Complex Secret against the rail is third by less than a length. Now, Planiloquent is looking for running room between horses. B Bluff is there to the outside, and that pair 5 lengths off the lead, just over a quarter mile to go. Impulse Buy is the leader by 2.5 lengths off the far turn. Quantum Burst is second by 3 lengths, then a shuffle for third position. B Bluff is in a tussle there as they move by the 8th pole, well behind Impulse Buy, though. Impulse Buy is just widening with every stride here. 7, 8 lengths to the good, 16th to go. Back to Quantum Burst in second, B Bluff third. Impulse Buy, Tyler Gaffalione, much the best. Quantum Burst was across the line in second, B Bluff third, Photo for fourth.
Well, that was quite a jaw-dropping performance by the number 4 Impulse Buy. She was good in debut. She was much better today for trainer Rudolph Brisset. Tyler Gaffalione guiding this filly to victory. Everything was pretty much effortless for her. She made her move early and just kept on keeping on. Huge win here, and a lot separating she and the second place finisher, who was the number 8 Quantum Burst, 4.87 unofficially across the finish line for race 3.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. 4 Impulse Buy was first. Number 8 Quantum Burst was second. 7 B Bluff third. 5 Complex Secret fourth. 4.875 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner of the American Pharoah, 4 Impulse Buy. Owned by the Windstar Farm LLC of Kenny Trout, trained by Rodolphe Brisset, Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. Impulse Buy, a 2-year-old filly by Speightstown out of JoJo Warrior by Pioneer of the Nile, bred in Kentucky by Windstar Farm LLC. 7 furlongs, 1 minute, 23.05 seconds. And the results are official for the third race, the American Pharoah Julep Cup. 4.875 official. In the winner's circle, the presentation for the American Pharoah Julep Cup to the connections of Impulse Buy. Michael Norris presents to the winning connections of race 3. Fourth race coming up. Double and pick 3 wagering. Turf is firm. Temporary rail down today. Scratch the 10. Desert Duke, scratch the 14, Big Hat Willie. A reminder, the jockey for the 11, Cowboy Justice, Jareth Loveberry. 11, Cowboy Justice, Jareth Loveberry, the jockey. 13, Bench, draws into the race, John Velasquez as programmed.
really good allowance race coming up next year. They will be heading out to the turf course at the distance of 1.1 miles. And here is the 7, Rebel Red, my top selection. This horse did run in the Bernard Baruch last time out at Saratoga. He kind of showed early interest in that event and then just faded to finish 7th, or last in a field of 7, I should say. Prior to that, though, he ran so well in that first level allowance at Saratoga. He ran really well in that maiden special weight race at Churchill Downs. I think he needs the right type of pace in front of him. Perhaps he didn't get that pace last time out. It was also a much tougher field, and he didn't get the medication of Lasix, which he gets back here today. So maybe all those things really do make a difference with the 7, Rebel Red. I do think he gets enough pace to run at today. The 2 should be able to be forwardly placed. The 5 should be forwardly placed in here, as well as the number 9 horse. So it should be maybe not a very quick pace, but an honest pace. Nonetheless. Also the 13 drawing in off the AE, I think, can contribute to the early pace in this race. As we take a look at another horse, the number 4, Boys, for trainer Mike Maker. Tyler Gaffleone aboard, hoping to get back-to-back wins. This horse actually came out of the same race, the Bernard Baruch, last time out at Saratoga, and he ran a lot better than my top selection. This horse has had experience at Keeneland in the past. He almost won a tough allowance race. He's always kind of been knocking at the door. It's been a while since he's found the winner's circle. In fact, the last time he did find the winner's circle was at Kentucky Downs last September. That's the only thing. He runs so well to kind of lure you in, but he doesn't always find the winner's circle. So we'll see if he finds the right field here today. He's on the board at 3-1. And then finally, we get to the number 12 horse, my third selection here. That's Clyde's Got a Gun. I had a theory about this horse last time out at Kentucky Downs, and it didn't really play out for me the way I wanted it to. He's just a really big horse with a long loping stride. I thought he would love the configuration and the conditions at Kentucky Downs, and that was not the case. He looked very lost. He never took a hold of the bridle, and it just wasn't the right type of event for him. But he was bet that day. He was put in the right spot. This is a good spot for him as well. He is just one that needs an appropriately timed move and an honest pace. And I do hope that he gets that, especially with the presence of the 13 bench drawing in off the AE. He and Rebel Red, the number 7 horse, my top selection, they need a fast pace to close into. And I hope that it materializes, because if it doesn't, then both of these horses are probably not going to run too well. It's a very competitive allowance race. Race 4 coming up next. They'll be heading out to the firm turf course at the distance of 1 1/8 miles. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Annapolis, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up at 1 1/8 over the firm turf. Temporary rail down today. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch the 10, Desert Duke. Also scratch 14, Big Hat Willie. A reminder, the jockey for the 11, Cowboy Justice, Jareth Loveberry. Jareth Loveberry rides the 11. 13, Bench draws into the race. John Velasquez rides as programmed. Post time in 5 minutes.
The winner of the Coolmore Best Turned Out Award is Rigoberto Martinez, the groom for the number 5 Villain. Congratulations to Rigoberto Martinez and the rest of the crew here behind the number 5 Villain for trainer Lindsay Schultz. This horse did face Graded Stakes Company last time out, maybe in a little bit too tough last time, and he finds himself against this group today. The problem is, last time out, it was a grade 3, but it was against straight 3-year-olds. And I think, during the summer, especially this time of year, you're always finding opportunities for 3-year-olds to go against fellow 3-year-olds. It definitely gets a lot tougher when you're going against older horses. So he is up against it from that standpoint, 22-1, but he does look well on the track today for the connections. Take a look at a horse just to his inside, Boyce, the number 4 horse for Michael Maker. I really like how this horse is acting and how he looks today. Again, he ran in the Bernard Baruch last time out, ran a decent 4th, actually outran his odds at 22-1. I do think he's a horse that needs to get involved early. Sometimes he can find himself kind of far behind the pace and left with so much to do. But his races where he's been forwardly placed, and albeit they've been longer distances, 1 3/16 in the past, when he can get involved early or at least sit about a length off the pace, I do think it's a difference maker. So we'll see if Tyler Gaffleon can give this horse an aggressive ride today and put him in that position to succeed. The number 6, Degree of Risk. I was very impressed by this horse last time out from a physical standpoint. I was at Kentucky Downs when he ran, and I really like how he's acting today as well. Look, sometimes horses, they love Kentucky Downs, and I definitely think that was the case for him. He was skipping over the turf course that day. He also got a pretty honest pace to close into that day, but he's also just second start for trainer Nolan Ramsey, and I think he's really got him in good form right now. He ran his career best last time out, so perhaps onwards and upwards for the son of Cairo Prince, the number 6 Degree of Risk. This is a very good field. I talked about 3 horses. I could have talked about 5 horses. I think your favorite, the 7 horse, Rebel Red, is very good looking. I actually just got some info here from Scott Hazelton, who spoke to Cherie DeVoe, saying that this horse indeed, and in fact, lost his eye after his allowance race back at Saratoga on the 13th of July. So the last time in the Bernard Baruch was the first time that he raced with only one eye. They obviously have made some equipment changes. He does wear the blinkers with just kind of a protective goggle over that missing eye. Something to keep in mind, but clearly horses are unfazed by that sometimes, and clearly that could be the case here for Rebel Red. He is 2-1 right now as they approach the starting gate for the 4th.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race, the Annapolis. Moving into line, 4th race. Boyce comes forward. Villain. Cowboy Justice into the gate, along with Degree of Risk. Clyde's Got a Gun goes in. Bench, the last one. Moves into line, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Berrettini. Berrettini in the opening strides, but Villain is right alongside of that one. These two coming forward. Berrettini will have a narrow lead from Villain, who is just a neck behind the leader under the line the first time. Boyce slides down next to the rail. 3rd, Degree of Risk 4th. Liar's Poker 5th. Bench far outside moves up 2 spots from 6th. Freedom Trail is a lane off the rail from the inside starting spot in 7th. Lincoln Highway is 8th into the first turn. Cowboy Justice is in 9th. And then Rebel Red, who's traveling along in the 10th position. Rebel Red about 10 lengths off the early lead against the rail, then a gap of 2 more lengths back of that one to Clyde's Got a Gun. Baquina is last. Opening quarter went in 22.46 seconds. Up the backstretch they go. Berrettini, the leader, against the rail by 3/4 of a length. Liar's Poker, second between horses, 3/4 of a length. Bench, 3rd up on the far outside. The Villain, 4th back toward the inside. Boyce is 5th in between horses. Freedom Trail, 6th along the rail, looking for more running room from there, though 6 from the front. Then Degree of Risk on the outside. It was 46.17 seconds, the time for the opening half mile. Berrettini, the leader. Berrettini leads it by a length to the far turn. Liar's Poker is just off the leader's flank in 2nd. Boyce and Degree of Risk are moving as a team. They have to go to the center of the course, but they're picking up the leaders as they turn for home. Berrettini past the quarter pole is joined by Liar's Poker, then Boyce, then Degree of Risk up on the far outside, who's still in 4th. Cowboy Justice 5th behind horses, and then Villain, who is running along in 7th. Here comes Freedom Trail with a late run. Boyce is in front. Here comes the favorite, Rebel Red, and it's over. Rebel Red just right on past the leaders. Rebel Red, Jose Ortiz to win it.
Trainer Cherie DeVoe continues to have a very strong meet thus far. And Rebel Red, it took him a while to really get going. And pretty much mid-stretch, Jose Ortiz just continuing to ask this horse, and he just absolutely took off. The field to his inside kind of came together in the end, but that was about the same time where he really turned it on in terms of his turn of foot. He closes from off of it and gets an easy win, pulls clear from the rest of the field to impressively win race 4.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race. 7 Rebel Red was first. 12 Clyde's Got a Gun second. 11 Cowboy Justice third. 1 Freedom Trail fourth. 7-12, 11-1. Unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the Annapolis, the unofficial winner, number 7, Rebel Red, owned by John Gunther, and Euro West Bloodstock Services of Tanya Gunther. 2 wins today for trainer Cherie DeVoe. Jose Ortiz, the jockey, Rebel Red, 4-year-old son of Frankel, out of Without You Babe by Lemon Drop Kid, bred in Great Britain by John Gunther. 1 minute 47.85 seconds. Mile and an eighth over the firm turf. Fourth race, results official. 7-12-11-1, the official results. In the winner's circle, Bradley and Sarah Purcell, representing Claiborne Farm, present the trophy for the Annapolis to the Connections of Rebel Red. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here, and start of the pick 6, no carryover. Main track fast, the turf firm today. In race 5, scratch number 5, Sexagenarian, and scratch number 8, Charbonnet. Again, scratch number 5, Sexagenarian, and scratch number 8, Charbonnet. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the walking ring, where Keeneland is proud to recognize the meet leaders from the 2024 Spring Race Meet. Leading owners Godolphin and Juddmonte tied last spring with 5 wins each, highlighted by Master of the Seas victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile for Godolphin. This is Juddmonte's 3rd leading owner title at Keeneland and the 5th title for Godolphin. Leading trainer Wesley Ward scored 12 wins in the spring, including the Palisade Stakes with Fandom. This is the 7th consecutive spring meet title for Ward and his 10th overall. Leading jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. posted a 4-win day and a 3-win day as part of his 20 wins last spring, including 3 stakes victories highlighted by Leslie's Rose winning the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. This is the 1st leading jockey title for Irad Ortiz Jr. at Keeneland. '24 Spring Race Meet.
Race 5 kicks off the pick 6, and we'll be getting into some of the graded stakes action in a little bit. But first, a nice allowance optional claiming event coming up next. This time coming back to the main track, a distance of 6 furlongs on the dirt. The number 2, 80 West, is your favorite. Also, my top selection here for trainer Dallas Stewart. Sometimes you see this with Dallas's horses. He's another trainer that doesn't always focus on winning first time out, so you obviously see a huge progression, huge improvement when their 2nd and 3rd starts. And that was certainly the case with 80 West. His horse showed improved speed. He got a little bit more distance at 6 furlongs, and he took the field wire to wire and really drew clear from the field that day. It was visually impressive. Even his debut, I know it was a little bit on the slower side, but it still was a good effort for that time of year for these 2-year-olds. And his subsequent race at Saratoga, I know it was an auction, restricted auction, maiden special weight, but I still think that was a quality field, and he just did it so easily. He did it with enough left in the tank that leads me to believe that he can step up against this allowance competition successfully. The number 7, Kieran, is the 2nd pick for me. I really didn't know what to do with him, but I'm very curious to see what he could do coming back to the main track. It's been an interesting kind of series of races for Jose D'Angelo, because he clearly got this horse in his 2nd or after his 1st career start, but his 1st race down at Gulfstream, he was a very impressive maiden special weight winner. And then after that, he's only been on the turf in his last 2 starts. He ran okay in the Tyro. He split the field. He was 3rd in a field of 6, but that gave the Connections confidence to step into Stakes Company last time out and stretch him out to the mile. I don't know that he's a turf horse. He definitely doesn't seem to be a route type of horse. So I think that at the end of the day, this is the appropriate move for him, and I would not be surprised if he does, in fact, win this one. The number 3, Jackson's Roar, is my 3rd selection. I did pick the 5, but with the 5 out, I default to the number 3, Jackson's Roar, and I really think it's a level playing field. Outside of the 2 and the 7, I think it could be anybody's game. So throw in some prices underneath if you're looking to play the exactas or trifectas. But the 3, Jackson's Roar, the reason why I went to him was because it's really hard to get a 2-year-old prepared to win at a mile at Ellis. And he clearly showed some speed, and he stopped to finish last in that event. But he came back with a huge improvement, turning back in distance. This horse clearly is a sprinter, as we saw last time out. I know it was against easier company. They had to kind of leave town and go to Belterra in order to win that race, but if you win a race by 11 lengths and you beat 6 horses in doing it, it's always going to, I think, capture my attention. And by that alone, I think this horse deserves a little bit of respect in this field. I will be curious to see where he kind of sits the trip. He went wire to wire last time out, but that was against kind of a slower group of horses. We'll see if he can be forwardly placed today or if we'll find a new rating gear at the sprint distance. Competitive group of horses here, but the 2 is your current favorite, 80 West at 9-5. We're 14 minutes out from the 5th race.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Justify. Allow its optional claiming race for a price of $100,000. 2-year-old, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 5, Sexagenarian. Scratch the 8, Charbonnet. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6. No carryover. Fast track, firm turf. Post time in 7 minutes.
The winner for the Coolmore Best Turned Out Award goes to Alexander Asoyo, the groomed for number 4 in this upcoming event, the number 4 Macho Music. Congratulations to Armando as we take another look at the number 4 Macho Music warming up on the track. And this horse is beautiful. There's no doubt about it. He was definitely going to be one of the paddock picks for me. Just looking how strong this horse is. I'm really surprised to see how strong he is. Just a really strong shoulder, really built up in his hindquarters as well. He looks fast. And I'm not surprised to see that because obviously he went wire to wire last time out, showed a lot of speed first time out too. I guess the question for him is how far can he stretch his speed? This is the farthest distance he's ever been. His first race was going 5 furlongs. His next race was going 5.5 furlongs. So can he carry that speed with potentially other speed types to run with early in this race? But to me, he definitely looks the part. I changed my mind about this horse once I looked at him on the track today. The number 2, 80 West, is the other horse for me. Again, I picked him off of his races, but from a physical standpoint, he looks outstanding. Shiny as a copper penny, as they like to say. He is beautiful. Another one that just looks very strong. I think he's a little bit more versatile than maybe what he appeared to show last time out when he went wire to wire. He showed a bit of a rating gear first time out. I know you don't want to take any momentum away from a horse, especially if you have a post position towards the inside. But however it shakes out, because it is a 2-year-old race and most of them like to be forwardly placed, I think he's a little more versatile, and I love to see that. But super professional, looks great on the track today for the connections as well. Competitive group of horses up next in the 5th race to kick off that pick 6. We are 4 minutes out. Good luck.
Your attention, please. A late scratch. Scratch number 1, Mohair Sam. Late scratch number 1, Mohair Sam. A late scratch on the advice of the veterinarian. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Justify, start of the pick 6. Moving into line, race 5. '80 West and Jackson's Roar move into line, joined by Macho Music. 3 more to load. Here's Hedge. Kieran comes forward. Ace at the last one. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. Jackson's Roar off a step slowly. There goes Macho Music. Macho Music right out for the early lead. Kieran comes away running in second from between horses as they head up the back stretch. Then Ace It to the far outside. 80 West is fourth down toward the inside, just over 3 lengths off the early lead. Then a break of over 6 more lengths back to Hedge next to last. And Jackson's Roar, who broke last, is still last and running nearly 10 lengths off the lead. That first quarter, 21.79 seconds. Macho Music opens up to a 4-length advantage as they round the far turn. Now, 80 West is moving up the inside to challenge Kieran for second. Ace It, 2 more lengths back of that pair, is in fourth as they come off the final turn. Just over a quarter mile to go. Macho Music has opened up on a 7-length lead through the top of the stretch and coming toward the 8th pole. 80 West tries to get going, but Macho Music still maintains a 6-length advantage into the final furlong. 80 West second, and then Kieran is in third. Final furlong for Macho Music and Luis Saez, 16th to go. They lead by 6. It is Macho Music with Hedge running late well behind him for second. Macho Music wins it. Hedge did come up the inside to grab that second spot in the closing strides.
Well, he certainly ran to his looks today. Macho Music, macho impressive here. This is a horse that showed so much speed immediately coming out of the gate. Luis Saez, though, sending this horse early and asking him for a lot in the early stages of this race. I was wondering if he could continue and sustain this impressive speed that he showed early. The answer was definitely yes. He takes the field gate to wire, getting and pulling away with this impressive victory under Luis Saez. 4-6-2-7. Unofficially, the 4 Macho Music takes the 5th.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. Number 4, Macho Music, was first. Number 6, Hedge, was second. Number 2, 80 West, was third. The 7, Kieran, was fourth. 4-6-2-7. Unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of Keeneland's 5th race to justify, number 4, Macho Music, owned by Mark Fletcher Taylor, Rohan Crichton, and Daniel Walters, trained by Rohan Crichton. 2 wins today for jockey Luis Saez. Macho Music, a 2-year-old son of McLean's Music out of Southern Girl by Tappet, bred in Florida by Bridlewood Farm. Keeneland September graduate Macho Music, 6 furlongs, 1 minute 10.44. Race 5 results official, 4627, the official results. In the winner's circle, Tegan Tomey, representing Coolmore, presents the trophy to the connections of Macho Music for the Justify. Keeneland 6th race upcoming, featuring double and pick 3 wagering, start of the All Stakes pick 5, and start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 6, 8, and 10. The Woodford, presented by FanDuel, the turf is firm. Scratch the 2, Axthelm. Also scratch 13, Determined Kingdom. And scratch 14, Hedwig. A reminder, number 15, Foxtrot Anna, draws into the race. Sophie Doyle as programmed.
It is time now for the stars to play as we move on to the stakes portion of this Saturday card. We begin the stakes portion of this card with the Grade 2 Woodford Stakes presented by FanDuel. And what a group that is lining up, getting set to line up for this 5.5 furlong turf sprint. No Balls, the number 6 horse, the current favorite at odds of 5-2. Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint winner from last fall at Santa Anita with a brilliant ride and performance to beat that international cast as Gerardo Corrales got to guide him to victory with an inside run at Santa Anita and to pull that one off against the best cast of turf sprinters that we had in 2023. And he's had a couple of starts so far this year. His comeback race at Saratoga, he was only beaten 3/4 of a length. And then last time out at Kentucky Downs, he was beaten by the best horse in the division, who is not here today. That is Cogburn. He is the clear leader in the turf sprint division as he awaits his opportunity in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. So No Balls, to me, this is a third start off of that long layoff on this 5-year-old gelding for Larry Ravelli and longtime clients Patricia's Hope. He's a horse that can show speed. He likes to stick tactically as well. He's just a stone-cold runner and a Breeders' Cup winner to boot. I think today's the day for him to pick up a win this season and move forward towards the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint and that title defense down at Del Mar on the 2nd of November. So give me No Balls, the number 6 horse, 5-2. Good price given the depth of the field here in the Woodford, presented by FanDuel. The number 4 horse, Our Shot, 6-1. Here's a John Terranova trained gelding who's got form here at Keeneland in his 3 runs. He's got a victory here if you go back a couple of seasons, and he was recently second in his 2 starts at Saratoga behind some good runners. He caught a very fast pace that day, and I would imagine that the pace is going to be very swift, but he always shows up. But I'm hoping that coming back to Keeneland will be a big benefit for him. Luis Saez gets the opportunity to ride him for a 3rd consecutive race. Luis rode him well in those last 2 starts where he just came up a nose and a head shy in those races up at Saratoga, but 6-1, good price on a very good contender here in the Woodford. And then the number 10 horse, Arzak. He's been a bit off form to his standards as of late, but another one that hoping that the return to Keeneland will spark something with him, and we'll see how he acts coming out because he can be a bit of an aggressive horse, and I think it would be viewed as a positive sign if he is that way down here in the lead-ups. The son of Not This Time, 2 for 2 at Keeneland Racecourse. We saw him win this race a year ago, did so laying right off the pace and clearing off and winning by 2 lengths under Joel Rosario. Jaime Torres gets the opportunity to ride this son of Not This Time for Sonata Stables. So you've got to respect the number 10 horse here in this group, and many are. He's 5-1 right now, looming in about the 3rd choice portion of the win wagering here for the Woodford. Reminder, this Woodford presented by FanDuel does start the all-stakes pick 5, and what a big opportunity that we have ahead of us in these brilliant races. Gabby and I combined this morning on Today at Keeneland to come up with a all-stakes pick 5, and we go 4 deep to start things off. As far as race number 7, the TCA, we'll go 1, 4, and 7, clearly unhinged for Steve Asmussen, a very quick filly who's going to have to use that speed from the inside. The number 4 horse, who might be the quickest of all, Spirit Wind, I think that she'll be very, very tough getting back to sprinting here today. As far as the First Lady, race number 8, 3rd leg of this sequence, we will go 2, 5, and 8. Tarawa, who comes in for Dermot Weld, and the Aga Khan off of some very good races over in Ireland. And also, it's tough to ignore the number 5 horse, Walkathon. That is Gabby's top selection. She feels that she's really come on as of late. And then Chili Flag. I think between Gabby and I agree that of the Chad Brown fillies in there, that she has the best opportunity, but it's tough to discount Gina Romantica and White Beam as well. But Chili Flag, she'll get some pace to run at today in the First Lady. As far as race number 9 is concerned, the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity will use the favorite Ferocious, the 1, as well as the number 5 horse East Avenue, who was very flashy at Ellis Park in his only start, and he's bred to go on further for Godolphin as the Godolphin team looks to sweep the Grade 1 events for the 2-year-olds here on opening weekend this fall. And then in the 10th and final leg of this sequence, reminder, there is an 11th and final race, but the Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile closes out the all-stakes pick 5. We'll go Kakuli, the half-brother, the number 2 horse, half-brother to one of the all-time greats in Frankel for Juddmonte, More Than Looks for Cherie DeVoe, who is definitely of the quality to compete and win against this Grade 1 group in the Coolmore Turf Mile. And then Carl Spackler, the favorite on the outside, who has been in top form this summer for Chad Brown
up at Saratoga comes into that race off of a Grade 1 win in the 4-star Dave. So we're going to invest $108 in the All-Stakes Pick 5. The pool is very big. As of 5 minutes ago, it was already over $300,000. We'll be talking about maybe $1 million pool come post time for the Woodford presented by FanDuel. Now $378,000 in that Pick 5 pool. It's a 50-cent minimum wager. Get involved in the best racing of the day in this 5-race sequence, as we're 14 minutes of post away from the start of that All-Stakes Pick 5, beginning with the Woodford presented by FanDuel.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland 6th race, 28th running of the Woodford, presented by FanDuel, Grade 2. 3-year-olds and up, 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf. Double Pick 3, start of the All-Stakes Pick 5, start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Scratch the 2 Axthelm. Scratch 13 Determined Kingdom. Also scratch 14 Hedwig. A reminder, 15 Foxtrot Anna draws into the race. Sophie Doyle to ride as programmed. 5 minutes to post. Now the post parade, number 1 is One Timer, owned by Patricia's Hope LLC of Vince Folia and Richard Raven, trained by Larry Ravelli. E.T. Baird is up. 2 is Scratch 3 Charcoal, owned by Ron Dowdy, trained by Tracy Wisner. Axel Concepcion to ride. 4 Hour Shot, owned by Gatz's Stables of Mike Gatz's, Stephen Schoenfeld, and John Terranova, trained by John Terranova. Luis Saez, the jockey. 5 No Nay Hudson, owned by the Andrew Farm of Richard Brody. 4 The People Racing Stable LLC of Mike Morgan, trained by Wesley Ward. Frankie Dettori is up. 6 No Balls, owned by Patricia's Hope LLC of Vince Folia, trained by Larry Ravelli. Gerardo Corrales to ride. 7 Let My People Go, owned by BBN Racing LLC of Ann Braxton Lynch, trained by Vicky Oliver. Luan Machado, the jockey. 8 Super Quest, owned by the Live Oak Plantation of Charlotte Weber, the trainer Mark Cassie, the jockey Jose Ortiz. 9 Coppola, races for Hammer Time Stable of Michael Karras, Sport of Kings Racing Partnership of Robert Berenson and Michael Karras, trained by Dale Romans, Tyler Gaffalione. 10 Arzak, owned by Sonata Stable of Mark Thatcher, trained by Mike Trombetta. Jaime Torres, the jockey. 11 Gear Jockey, races for the Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly, trained by Rusty Arnold, Florent Giroux. 12 XY Speed, owned by the Clear Star Stable of Michael Sternkler, trained by Michael Lerman, the jockey Christian Torres. And drawing into the race, 15 Foxtrot Anna, owned by Kamud and Rakesh Sakand, trained by Justin Wozinski. The jockey is Sophie Doyle. Post time coming up in less than 4 minutes.
The winner of the Woodford, presented by FanDuel Best Turned Out Award, is Gonzalo Gonzalez, the groom for the number 6 horse, No Balls. Congratulations, Gonzalo. Taking a look at the number 8 horse warming up, one of the players in here that is being played from a parimutuel perspective, 4-1 on Super Quest. Mark Cassie, he's been on quite a tear over the last month and last few months. He had a really good Saratoga, and this horse part of that Saratoga success, a stakes place run in the Harvey Pack last time out, just behind Our Shot. He's got speed. He's not afraid to use it. He's got Jose Ortiz in the saddle, just part of the depth of this group. For Live Oak Plantation, a serious contender in here as he seeks a stakes win at Keeneland Racecourse in his second try at Keeneland. Previously a winner against Allowance Company going back to October of last season, but has developed into quite a stakes runner and a relative young colt as far as some of the other main players in here, just making start 10 of his career. But you cannot doubt his ability, and he looks phenomenal out there as he warms up under jockey Jose Ortiz. The number 6 horse, that is No Balls. That is the favorite. He is currently sitting at odds of 7-2. He's cooled just a bit in the wagering, but best turned out here for the Woodford, presented by FanDuel, and he looks well. He looks primed and ready for this third start of the season, and really a key prep for him in that title defense in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, in which he took last year at Santa Anita, and will be asked to go down to Del Mar here in just a few weeks' time. The number 5 horse, No Nay Hudson, he was certainly on his toes when he first came out with Frankie Dettori. Looks like he's settled in. They've gotten a little bit of the edge off of him, perhaps with the warm-up, as he walks about there under Frankie. He's yet to win at Keeneland, for trainer Wesley Ward, but he's well-bred. He's a Keeneland September sale graduate from the 2021 sale for these connections of Andrew Farm and For the People Racing Stable. He's got speed, but he may not be as quick as some of these other runners, but he tends to lay close and can also come from off the pace, as we saw from him in that allowance run where he was only beaten a length by Super Quest, where he came from off the pace that afternoon under Flavian Pratt. But definitely a contender coming out of the Wesley Ward barn here this afternoon. And then Arzak, the number 10 horse, just looking at him, when he came out with the pony stayed away from him and just let him do his own thing. And I think that's a positive. He looks great out there. As I talked about, can be a bit of a quirky horse. I believe that's the pony that's with him, just keeping his distance from him and allowing him to do his own thing. From what I have seen, all positives with Arzak, and we know he's a very good runner, and hopefully he can get back into form off of those 2 defeats, which not beaten all that far, but he has set a standard for himself where big performances are expected each and every time. But 9-2 on the board right now, that makes him the co-second choice. We've got 2 horses sitting at 7-2, 2 horses sitting at 9-2 in the top 4 as far as the win wagering is concerned. All stakes pick 5 gets underway in less than a minute. The pool has doubled, now over $677,000. We'll get over $750,000 here in the last few clicks. Good luck. Enjoy the stakes portion of this card, beginning with the Grade 2 Woodford, presented by FanDuel.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the 28th running of the Woodford, presented by FanDuel Grade 2. Start of the All Stakes Pick 5, the start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, moving into line. Nonay Hudson goes in. No Balls comes forward. Arzak and Let My People Go. Gear Jockey. XY Speed approaches the gate. Foxtrot Anna, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off in the Woodford, presented by FanDuel. XY Speed and Coppola both have early speed. Super Quest up close in 3rd. Nonay Hudson away in 4th. Our Shot moves up in 5th. Foxtrot Anna 6th up on the far outside. Charcoal is 7th back toward the inside. And then Arzak, who moves up 8th on the outside of horses as they work their way to the far turn. No Ball sneaks up through the inside along the rail, moves by 2 horses into the 3rd position within 3 lengths of the lead. Then further back, Let My People Go, followed by Gear Jockey, who runs next to last. And One Timer is last. Opening quarter went in 21.35 seconds. Coppola to the outside of Super Quest. No Balls is 3rd behind that front pair. Foxtrot Anna is 4th on the outside, 3 lengths off the lead. Super Quest the leader. They turn for home. Coppola is still there on the outside. No Balls switches lanes off the rail, takes aim, still 3 lengths away. Charcoal comes up the inside into the 4th position. Arzak is still far back, trying to run late with Our Shot. Here comes Our Shot running forward on the outside. Charcoal needs room. Our Shot gets the lead. Our Shot gets the win in the Woodford, presented by FanDuel. 3 wins today for Luis Saez.
What a ride from Luis Saez. He was outrun early on. He was down on the inside, and he had to work his way out from the inside portion of this field. And once he got out into the clear, he puts on a show. Our Shot, the son of Cantheros, for John Terranova. stamping his ticket for a run in the Breeders' Cup following this performance, winning off and clearing by 2 lengths in the end, going on off at odds of 5-1. Luis Saez rolling on this Super Saturday here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 4, Our Shot, was first. 3, Charcoal, second. 10, Arzak, third. And 9, Coppola, fourth. 4-3, 10-9. The unofficial winner of the 28th running of the Woodford, presented by FanDuel, Grade 2, number 4, Our Shot. Owned by Gatsus Stables of Mike Gatsus, Stephen Schoenfeld, and John Terranova. Trained by John Terranova. Back-to-back wins and 3 wins total on the day for Luis Saez. Our Shot, 5-year-old gelded son of Cantheros out of Fleetheart by Northern of Fleet. Bred in Pennsylvania by Dr. S. Mark Rayberg Incorporated. 1 minute 2.36 seconds. 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf. Results of race 6 official, 4-3-10-9, the official results. Now the trophy presentation for the Woodford Grade 2, presented by FanDuel. Making the presentation, Scott Hazelton, to the connections of Our Shot.
Our Shot now a stakes winner here at Keeneland as he takes the Woodford, presented by FanDuel, for trainer John Cheranova and Luis Saez. Noticed on the backstretch you were outrun down on the inside. How were you able to work your way to the outside and get into the clear?
Yeah, the plan with him was try to pick the horse that take it out there, and everything came out like the plan. And we really like him for this race. Last 2 races in Saratoga was kind of a little tricky. We have a lot of trouble, and here we can't wait to be here today, and we was pretty confident that he's gonna do a pretty good race.
Well done.
Thank you so much.
John, we always have seen and known that this horse has talent. He's not won a lot of races, but he's run big races. But is he at his best right now? Is there something, can we say that he's turned the corner after this kind of performance?
Oh, we hope so. I think so. I mean, you know, these turf sprinters, I think they tend to get better with age. Some of them, a little seasoning. He does appreciate Keeneland and Saratoga as well. He runs some of his best races in both spots. So he was just coming into this race doing really well. Saw a little bit something extra in him this week, just his attitude, his whole mental attitude and everything since he got here. So we were pretty confident that he's going to run a good race, just hoping it set up well and got a good trip. But Louis gave him a fantastic ride. The whole team did a great job. Tanya, Sarah, the whole team, everybody that's his groom Octavio, everybody's done great here.
Is it time to start planning a trip out west to Del Mar?
Well, we'll see. We'll see how he comes back out of it. But, you know, it's always a thought in our heads, you know, for sure. But we'll see.
Well done.
Thanks so much.
Our Shot, winner of the Grade 2 Woodford, presented by FanDuel.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, the Thoroughbred Club of America, Win and Your End Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint Division, double and pick 3 wagering and start of the All Stakes pick 4. The main track is listed fast. Scratch number 2, Anywho. Number 2, Anywho, scratched.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness race after race after race. You have to be here to witness unforgettable and to believe the unbelievable. This November, be at Del Mar for an experience that's truly a breed apart.
Up next, race number 7, Grade 2 Thoroughbred Club of America Stakes, and pretty wide open race right now. 2 horses sitting at odds of 2-1. The inside filly Clearly Unhinged, as well as the number 3 horse Bright Work, a filly that was sensational last year at the age of 2 and has made a comeback here at the age of 3 and shown that she's every bit as good as she was last season as a juvenile. But I'm going to the number 4 horse Spirit Wind for Saffie Joseph Jr. and Mike Smith in town to ride this filly. This is a mare that last time out was seen in the Pink Ribbon Stakes at Charlestown going 7 furlongs. Now, for those not familiar, Charlestown, when they run 7 furlongs over that track, is a 2-turn event. It's not a 2-turn filly. She is a stone-cold sprinter. She utilizes her speed, and she wins races on a very consistent basis. In fact, she's won more than half of her starts. She's 7 for 13 in her career. Now, clearly, this is a big test, but she's no stranger to big tests. She set the pace in the Grade 1 Derby City Distaff back during Kentucky Derby weekend at Churchill Downs, and that was the first day in which they added blinkers to this filly, and the all-world Vava was able to beat her on that afternoon. But at 6 furlongs, I think she's going to be very, very tough. She's won 6 times of 7 tries going this 6 furlong distance, and with those blinkers, you'll notice once they put them on her, and perhaps they're already on her, it is an outside extension blinker in which they utilize. So that has clearly helped her and worked out for this daughter of Bahamian Squall. She's fast and she's very good. She's 3-1 right now. My top selection, Spirit Wind in the TCA. The number 6 horse, moving on to Zeitlos for Steve Asmussen in the Stone Street Stables and Peter Lydell. This is a Curlin filly out of an Australian-bred First Dam in Time for Roses, who has been very good over the course of her career. She's a 7-time winner. She was a recent winner at Churchill Downs just a few weeks back in the Open Mind Stakes, winning as the favorite that day, going 6.5 furlongs. She's also good at this distance. At 6 furlongs, she's won stakes races like the Carousel down at Oaklawn Park, won an allowance race in the earlier portion of the season at Oaklawn. So she'll be laying off the pace. She always seems to come with the run. Beautiful filly, daughter of Curlin. She's a very good sprinter from off the pace. Zeitlos cannot be ignored in here at odds of 9-2. And then finally, Bright Work, who is the slight favorite at odds of 2-1 right now. This is a filly that started off her career winning her first 4 races immediately after breaking her maiden right here at Keeneland in April of 2023. She would catapult towards a win in the Debutante Stakes at Ellis, won the Adirondack at Saratoga, as well as the marquee Grade 1 of the summer at Saratoga, the Spinaway. And with a filly like that, you look for them to progress. Obviously, with 2-year-olds in the season and you've got Breeders' Cup hopes, they've got to progress up to 2 turns, and she was not able to do that, bottom line. So back to sprinting this year. She got right back into the winner's circle in the Grade 3 Prioress at Saratoga off of a pretty lengthy layoff. So if she can build off of that, she's definitely a 3-year-old filly who can contend with these older mares. And by being a 3-year-old filly in here, she gets just a slight weight break, as she'll be carrying 120 pounds in this scenario here as she'll tackle these older fillies. First time that she's facing older. She's yet to face older fillies and mares. So that is definitely one thing you've got to consider when taking taking a look at Bright Work because the waters get a heck of a lot deeper for her in this Grade 2 Thoroughbred Club of America. Race number 7, we continue the stakes action with female sprinters sprinting 3/4 of a mile, 6 furlongs for $350,000. The Grade 2 Thoroughbred Club of America Stakes is up next here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, 44th running of the Thoroughbred Club of America, Grade 2, win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint Division. 6 furlongs over the fast main track for these fillies and mares age 3 and up. Scratch the 2, Anywho. Number 2 is scratched. Doubled in pick 3 wagering and started the all-stakes. Pick 4. Post time, 6 minutes. Parading to the post, number 1, Clearly Unhinged, owned by Hillendale Equine Holdings Incorporated of John Secura, owned also by Jarrett Prusson, trained by Steve Asmussen. Christian Torres is up. 2 is scratched. 3 is Bright Work, owned by WSS Racing LLC, William Simon, trained by John Ortiz, Luis Saez, the jockey. 4, Spirit Wind, owned by Miller Racing LLC of Myron Miller, trained by Safi Joseph Jr., the jockey Mike Smith. 5, Run for the Hills, owned by Gary Barber, trained by Mark Cassie, the jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. Number 6, Zeitlos, owned by Stone Street Stables LLC of Barbara Banke, owned by Peter Lydell, Steve Asmussen trains, and Jose Ortiz will ride. 7, Red Carpet Ready, owned by Ashbrook Farm of Sandra Bromagen, Upland Flats Racing of Patrick Lewis, trained by Rusty Arnold, the jockey is Tyler Gaffalione. Post time, 5 minutes.
The winner of the Thoroughbred Club of America Best Turned Out Award is Christian Rodriguez, the groom for the number 3 horse, Bright Work. Congratulations, Christian.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, 44th running of the Thoroughbred Club of America Stakes Grade 2. Win on your end for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint Division. Start of the All Stakes, Pick 4. Moving into line, race 7. Here's Clearly Unhinged. Bright Work. Spirit Wind comes forward. Run for the Hills. 2 more to load. Zeitlos. Red Carpet Ready, the last one. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off in the Thoroughbred Club of America Stakes. Clearly Unhinged and Bright Work broke sharply. They come out to contest the early lead. They've got company. Spirit Wind is right there with them on the outside. And here's Spirit Wind moving up now to take second by a neck, a half length off the lead. Then a gap of 3 lengths to Run for the Hill. Zeitlos is to her inside, and Red Carpet Ready stacks up to their outside. 5 lengths front to back as the field works their way off the end of the backstretch and onto the far turn. Clearly Unhinged comes away with a 1-length lead now. Spirit Wind second, a length and a half. Bright Work is third, 21.54 seconds the time for the opening quarter. They move for the top of the stretch. Spirit Wind again moves up just to the outside of Clearly Unhinged, who has the lead 3/4 of a length. A gap of 3 to Zeitlos. Now Zeitlos tries to pick up the chase. She's down toward the inside, looks for a little more running room. Bright Work is next, and Red Carpet Ready on the far outside. Run for the Hills is last. Here's Zeitlos diving to the inside into the final furlong. Zeitlos is going to scoot up the rail to try to get by Spirit Wind. It is Zeitlos at the 16th pole who's got the lead and is drawing clear for Jose Ortiz. Zeitlos to win the Thoroughbred Club of America. It was Spirit Wind who was home second. Bright Work was third. Clearly Unhinged was fourth.
What a handy move from Zeitlos here to sneak up the inside. Always had all kinds of room to work with under Jose Ortiz, and this is her style. She is a late closing sprinter, and she puts it on full display here today. The Keeneland September Sale grad from 2021, picking up a Grade 2 victory in the Thoroughbred Club of America right here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 6, Sightlos first. Number 4, Spirit Wind was second. Number 3, Bright Work was third. And number 1, Clearly Unhinged was fourth. 6-4-3-1 unofficial.
A Philly family rather on this Daughter of Curlin.
350, 360.
Race 7 results official. 6-4-3-1, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 7th race, 44th running of the Thoroughbred Club of America Stakes Grade 2. Number 6, Sightlos, owned by the Stone Street Stables LLC at Barbara Banke, owned also by Peter Lydell. Steve Asmussen trains. 2 wins today for jockey Jose Ortiz. Sightlos, a 4-year-old filly by Curlin, out of Time for Roses by Reduced Choice. Winter bred in Kentucky by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings LLC. Keeneland September grad Sightlos gets 6 furlongs in 1 minute 9.52 seconds over the fast main track. Now the trophy presentation for the Thoroughbred Club of America, a win-and-you're-in Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint Division race. Presenting the trophy on behalf of the Thoroughbred Club of America is TCA Vice President Chapman Hopkins, presenting to the connections of Zeitlos.
Zeitlos takes the Grade 2 TCA stakes here at Keeneland Racecourse for Steve Asmussen and Jose Ortiz. You stayed down in the inside. You obviously had run. What led you to be so confident that that hole was always going to be there for you?
You know, just a closer, so I just wanted to wait as long as I could. I was in good range at the quarter pole. I felt like I was sitting on a ton of horse, and I saw the rail opening up, and I went for it. I have a lot of horse. She was much the best today, and I appreciate the opportunity from Steve and the ownership.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Steve,
to close on this kind of track, the way we've seen speed carry, how much does that add to the performance we just witnessed from Zeitlos?
It was remarkable. You know, I was hesitant to wheel her back off of a big race the other day so quick. She was beaten here in a maiden race. Keeneland can be unique to itself, but she ran as good as she ever has, and what a great day to do it.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Zeitlos picking up a graded stakes win here at Keeneland Racecourse in the Thoroughbred Club of America Stakes.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, the 27th running of the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare Grade 1. Turf is firm today. This will start the late pick 4. A reminder in this 8th race, the jockey for number 10, Ag Bullet, Mike Smith. 10, Ag Bullet, the jockey, Mike Smith.
Race number 8, the Grade 1 First Lady Stakes, presented by UK Healthcare, 1 mile on the firm turf course for $750,000 for the fillies and mares 3 and up. And Chili Flag, the number 8 horse, is currently sitting as the favorite at 3-1 in this ultra-competitive Grade 1. This defines a Grade 1, this group and quality of fillies that we have here. And Chili Flag is back to a mile, and that's the key, in my opinion, to this mare. At a mile, she gets some pace to run at. She has a very quick turn of foot and very steady run in which she brings in those performances. We saw it from her at Churchill Downs back in May when she won the the Distaff Turf Mile. She won the Just a Game at Saratoga, that Premier Grade 1. They stepped her up in trip to a mile and an eighth in the last race. White Beam, her stablemate, was better at that distance. But back out to a mile, or back in trip to a mile, I should say, I think is the big plus for this mare. She's going to have pace in here. There's plenty signed on. They'll be quick in front of her. Expect Tyler to lay back and make a run. Chili Flag, my top selection, and very good price right now as the 3-1 favorite in this Grade 1 First Lady presented by UK Healthcare. The number 11 horse, we move to the 11 next. That is White Beam. White Beam currently sitting as the 8 horse, pardon me. That is Chili Flag, who we're taking a look at. But White Beam, there she is, the gray daughter of Caravaggio. Now, while she may be better at a mile and an eighth, she's still fairly good at a mile. She's got some tactical speed. She's 1 for 6 at this distance, but comes off of a Grade 1 Diana win at Saratoga, and she's been given a couple of months to prep for this race. I think that Florent Giroux is going to follow AG Bullet, the filly just to her inside, who to me will be the one leading the way. And if he can have that first run on those that will be closing, including her stablemate in Chili Flag, she may be able to pick up this Grade 1 and give Chad Brown another Grade 1 win in the First Lady Stakes. But to me, we'll see how she fares in this instance, sitting as the, 8-1 choice in this race. Sitting at 8-1, I should say, on the tote board in and amongst this group. And then finally, the number 2 horse is who we're taking a look at. So that's the 10 that we're taking a look at. That's AG Bullet, who's got some speed in here. That Tararwa, is the number 2 horse for Dermot Weld. Now, I'm drawn to this really for a number of reasons. The last 2 times that Dermot Weld has run horses here in the United States was with one filly named Tarnawa. She won the Breeders' Cup Turf here at Keeneland Racecourse back in 2020, and also would follow that up a year later and run a very good second-place finish at Del Mar in the Breeders' Cup Turf. They are not just here to come to Lexington, Kentucky, as much as we love the area. The Aga Khan has a wonderful group of fillies and broodmares. She's a daughter of Shamardal, who faced fillies last time out in the Snow Ferry Stakes. She sat handy off the pace and was able to kick on. And I think that she's a big threat in here at odds of 5-1. But Dermot Weld, the fact that he has opted to bring her here just simply suggests one thing when it comes to taking a look at her form, in my opinion, is finding this fast ground. When you see these Euros, we see them come over here at this time of the year to find the faster ground. So Tarawa has a big opportunity for Dermot Weld in the Grade 1 First Lady presented by UK Healthcare. 11 minutes to post. Grade 1 action at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, 27th running of the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare. A Grade 1, fillies and mares, age 3 and up in this stakes 1 mile over the firm turf. Double and pick 3, Wagering at start of the late pick 4. Jockey for the 10, Ag Bullet, Mike Smith. Post time 3 minutes away. Now the post parade, number 1, Fluffy Socks, owned by Head of Plains Partners, LLC of Saul Kuman, trained by Chad Brown. Frankie Dettori is up. 2, Tarawa, owned by His Highness the Aga Khan, trained by Dermot Weld, Chris Hayes, the jockey. 3, Safine, owned by Fergus Galvin and Rebecca Hillen, trained by Eddie Keneally, the jockey, Luis Saez. 4, Gina Romantica, owned by Peter Brandt, trained by Chad Brown, Jose Ortiz to ride. 5, Walkathon, owned by Whittam Thoroughbreds, LLC of Janice Whittam, trained by Ian Wilkes. Brian Hernandez Jr. is up. 6, Evie Jets, owned by the estate of Robert Amendola of Michael J. Amendola, trained by Mercan Cantermasi. Paco Lopez to ride. 7, Special Juan, owned by Team Valor International of Barry Irwin, owned also by Stephen Rocco, trained by Brendan Walsh, John Velasquez, the jockey. 8, Chili Flag, owned by Madaket Stables LLC of Saul Kuman, owned also by Michael Dubb and Michael Kisber, trained by Chad Brown, jockey, Tyler Gaffleone. 9, Implicated, owned by Bradley Thoroughbreds of Pete Bradley, Belmar Racing and Breeding LLC of Vito Cucci, Cameron Equine LLC, Tim and Anna Cameron, and Laura Lee Stable of Butch Lunsford, trainer Brendan Walsh, jockey Luan Machado. 10 is Ag Bullet, owned by Calvin Wynn and Joey Tran. Richard Baltus trains. It'll be Mike Smith, the jockey. 11, White Beam, owned by Judd Mott of Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey, Florent Cheroux. Post time at about 3 minutes. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, 27th running of the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare, Grade 1. Moving into line, race 8. Gina Romantica goes into the gate. Chili Flag now comes forward. Walkathon with Implicated. Ag Bullet. White Beam, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off in the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare. Slow start for Tarawa, absolute last as they head for the first turn. In the meantime, Ag Bullet comes out for the lead. There's Ag Bullet moving up from the outside, clearing the inside traffic. White Beam moves forward as well. Gina Romantica right there, saving ground to the inside in third. Special Juan, a lane off the rail. In fourth, Evie Jets fifth back toward the inside. Walkathon will go in sixth. Safine is seventh. Implicated is eighth. Tarawa moves up 2 spots from last into ninth, only for a moment though. Fluffy Socks moves back up to her inside, and further back, Chili Flag is last of the 11. The opening quarter went in 22.81 seconds. Up the backstretch they go. Ag Bullet the leader. Ag Bullet against the rail leads it by nearly 3 lengths. White Beam second a length. Gina Romantica third ahead. Special Juan is fourth in between horses. Walkathon is fifth toward the far outside, heading to the far turn. Nearly 5 lengths off the lead though, and is followed by Evie Jets. And then comes Fluffy Socks to the inside as they move midway on the turn. Safine Implicated 4 wide. Tarawa next to last. Chili Flag against the rail, still last, 9 lengths from the front. Ag Bullet the leader. Ag Bullet 3 lengths to the good, a quarter mile to go. Gina Romantica now tries to pick up the chase from the inside, switches off the rail. She's still second, and then Special Juan and White Beam. Fluffy Socks is fourth back toward the inside. Here's Gina. Gina Romantica moving forward to take the lead from Ag Bullet. Chili Flag is running late from far back, but Gina Romantica has the lead. It is Chili Flag to second. Gina Romantica. Jose Ortiz goes back-to-back on the card. Gina Romantica wins the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare. 1 minute, 33.8 seconds.
She loves this place like the rest of us. Gina Romantica, another Grade 1 win here at Keeneland Racecourse as she defends her title in the Grade 1 First Lady presented by UK Healthcare. And she had to hold off her stablemate Chili Flag, who made a run but couldn't keep up with this daughter of Into Mischief. And $1 million Keeneland September sale graduate Chad Brown picks up another Grade 1 First Lady. That is 7 in a row and 8 in total. She's brilliant, and even more brilliant, it seems, here at Keeneland Racecourse. Well done to Gina Romantica.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 4, Gina Romantica first. Number 8, Chili Flag second. Number 1, Fluffy Socks third. Number 10, Ag Bullet fourth. 4-8-1-10 unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's 8th race, the 27th running of the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare Grade 1, and now the official winner, number 4, Gina Romantica. Owned by Peter Brandt, trained by Chad Brown, ridden by Jose Ortiz for back-to-back wins on the card and his 3rd win overall on the program. Gina Romantica, 5-year-old daughter of Into Mischief, out of Special Me by Unbridled Song, bred in Kentucky by Mockmer Hall, Carrie Brogdon, and Craig Brogdon. $1 million Keeneland September graduate Gina Romantica gets the mile over the firm turf in 1 minute 33.8 seconds. Results are official. 4.8.110, the official results. Presenting the trophy for the First Lady, Dr. Chipper Griffith, Dean of the College of Medicine, his wife, pediatrician, Dr. Beth Griffith, and Dr. Stephanie White, Senior Associate Dean of Medical Student Education, making the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare Trophy presentation to the connections of Gina Romantica.
Gina Romantica, now a three-time Grade 1 winner right here at Keeneland. Trainer Chad Brown goes 1-2-3, his seventh in a row, his eighth overall. Your first time, Jose Ortiz, riding this filly in this Grade 1. How was the journey for you with this filly on this turf course that she loves so much?
It was beautiful. You know, as you say, she loved it here. But I think the break was key today. She broke very alert, and she put me into a great position going into the first turn. And I was very happy throughout the backside. And, you know, when we hit the quarter poach, she hit a nice opening between those two horses, and she exploded.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you, Scott.
Jose Ortiz, Peter Brandt, Chad Brown just keeps on rolling in the Grade 1 First Lady presented by UK Healthcare, and another Grade 1 for Gina Romantica.
Keeneland's ninth race upcoming, the 111th running of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity Grade 1. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division. Mile and a 16th over the main track, which is fast. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. No scratches, no jockey changes in the ninth race. Double and pick three wagering featured here.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. 10 Kentucky Derby winners, 6 Triple Crown winners, 17 Horses of the Year, 23 Hall of Famers, and over 300 champions. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
Up next, the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity for the 2-year-old Colts and Geldings at a 1.16 two-turn test and a catapult towards the Breeders' Cup Juvenile at Del Mar. And obviously a very early look at the 3-year-old crop for next year and potential Derby-type runners. Ferocious, the number 1 horse, he's 4-5 right now. This is a colt that in his second career start, Grade 1 placed in the Hopeful Stakes, beaten by Chancellor McPatrick. Now that form is flattered. If you did not catch it or see the headline that was just released here in the last hour or so, Chancellor McPatrick won the Grade 1 Champagne Stakes up in New York at Belmont Park. So that certainly makes his form look very, very good. And it was good coming in. After breaking his maiden in the mud by 7 3/4 lengths, he was a bit off the bridle at a stage in the stretch in that Grade 1 Hopeful, but when Chancellor McPatrick came to him, he re-engaged that horse and really picked it up again. He needs to keep on going. That is the key. And hopefully with the race experience and running against the likes of Chancellor McPatrick, that will really help him here today. He is a heavy favorite, 4-5 Ferocious, a horse that had high expectations coming into this year for these connections, given that they just bought him back in March. He's not been with them for very long. Purchased in March down in Ocala for $1.3 million at that 2-year-old in training sale, and he certainly has lived up to that purchase price, given what we've seen from him and the opportunity that lies ahead of him and the expectations placed on him. That's Ferocious in the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. The number 5 horse, East Avenue, Brendan Walsh for Godolphin homebred, a son of Medaglia d'Oro from a beautiful female family, and a colt that was very impressive at Ellis Park, winning his debut in 1:10-2. That was the final time for the 3/4 of a mile run. Now, granted, the race hasn't been all that productive in which he beat, but he can only beat who's laced out there in front of him, and he toyed with that group, winning by 8 lengths in the end. He's got the pedigree to go on as far as going the 2 turns, so we'll see if Godolphin can sweep these Grade 1s for the 2-year-olds on Fall Stars weekend here at Keeneland after a Mercif's impressive win yesterday in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. Keep an eye on East Avenue, who sits at 7-2 here in this Grade 1 test. And then finally, the number 10 horse, that is Dapper Moon for Dallas Stewart. Here is a colt who's kept some good form as well. He was debuted at Saratoga, going 3/4 of a mile, finished second after being a bit fractious in the early portion of that loading process, or at the gate, I should say, beaten by Incentive Play, who was third in the Grade 1 Hopeful, in which Ferocious was second. So good form there as far as coming out of that race. He got a victory right away as far as second time out off of that debut effort, winning by 5 lengths, going 7 furlongs. He's got the pedigree to go on as well. He's a son of Malibu Moon, so he's got that classic 2-turn type of pedigree, as many of these runners do. This is a very good group, very deep field once again. Grade 1 company continues here at Keeneland Racecourse on Fall Stars weekend. Up next, the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, 12 minutes to post.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th race, the 111th running of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity Grade 1. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. No scratches, no jockey changes. Post time in 6 minutes. Parading to the post, number 1, Ferocious, owned by J.R. Ranch of Jose Aguirre. Ramiro Restrepo, High Step Racing of Randall Guy. Agma Investments of Gustavo Delgado, trained by Gustavo Delgado, the jockey Luis Saez. 2, Saratoga Cruiser, owned by Average Joe Racing Stables Limited of Chris Britton. Chowdown Stables of Robert Blitchington. Anthony Marchese, Joe Wheeler, and Jeff Kessler, trained by Jeff Engler. Deshaun Parker will ride. 3, Optical, owned by Don't Tell My Wife Stables 2023 LLC of Kirk Godby. Keith DeSormo trains and James Graham is the jockey. 4, Handsome Pants, owned by M5 Racing Stable of Craig Mackin, owned by Magdalena Racing of Sherry McPeak, trained by Kenny McPeak. Brian Hernandez Jr. is up. 5, East Avenue, Races for Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Brendan Walsh, Tyler Gaffalione. 6, Veloso, owned by Gold Square LLC of Al Gold, trained by Chad Summers, the jockey John Velasquez. 7, Macero, owned by C.J. Thoroughbreds of Corey and C.J. Johnson, owned also by Delia Nash, trained by Dale Romans, the jockey Corey Lannery. 8, Big Boat, owned by Double Down Stables Incorporated of Richard Templer, trained by Jimmy DeVito, Christian Torres to ride. 9, Tenacious Leader, owned by Spendthrift Farm LLC of Eric Gustafson, Rapoli Stable of Mike Rapoli, trained by Todd Pletcher, the jockey Florent Giroux. 10, Dapper Moon, owned by Valine Farms of Murray Valine, trained by Dallas Stewart, the jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. And 11, Ready for Peace, owned by Icona Farm of Mark Palmer, trained by Ignacio Correas, Jose Ortiz to ride. Post time in 3 minutes.
The winner of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity Best Turned Out Award is Nelson Castillo, the groom for the number 1 horse, Ferocious. Well done, Nelson.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th race, 111th running of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity Grade 1 Win in Your End Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division. Moving into line, 9th race. Here's Optical coming forward. Tenacious Leader approaches the gate, along with Handsome Pants. Dapper Moon, East Avenue goes in. Ready for Peace, the last one. Ferocious fractures in the gate. Ferocious backed out of the gate for examination. Luis Saez climbs back aboard. Gets set to move back into line. Ready for Peace has gone in, so that leaves Ferocious. Now Ready for Peace backs out, realigns, gets ready to move into the far outside gate stall. Ready for Peace goes in. Now here's Ferocious. Once again coming forward. Goes in, first wire at the post. And they're off in the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. There goes East Avenue, and there's Ferocious from the inside. And Optical will be up close in between that pair as they head into the first turn. East Avenue from the outside, a narrow lead at the entry to the turn. Ferocious right there in second. Dapper Moon moves up a forwardly placed third, now moving up to take second. Handsome Pants is between horses in fourth. Ready for Peace, three wide, moving up from fifth. Around Big Boat in sixth. Optical shuffled back along the inside into seventh. Macero is eighth. Tenacious Leader is ninth. Gap of 7 more lengths back to Filoso, who travels in the 10th position just to the inside of Saratoga Cruiser, last of the 11, 23.18 seconds the time for the opening quarter. It is East Avenue, the leader. Midpoint of the backstretch, Dapper Moon just off the leader's flank. In second, 3/4 of a length. Ready for Peace, far outside, is in third. Now Ferocious is fourth against the rail. Moves back up the inside into the third spot, still 3 lengths off the lead. Handsome Pants is 5 from the front, then Big Boat, 46. 0.76 seconds the time for the first half mile. East Avenue guides the field onto the far turn, leads it by a length and a half. Dapper Moon is second, a half length. Ferocious now being ridden along from third toward the inside and still not closing the gap on the leader. There's a quarter mile to go. They're coming to the top of the short stretch, and East Avenue leads it by 5 lengths as they turn for home. Ferocious second, a length, and Dapper Moon is third off the final turn. It is East Avenue working into the final furlong of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. Maintains a 5-length lead back to Ferocious in second. Dapper Moon is third. East Avenue will prove much the best in the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. Tyler Gaffalione checks over his shoulder. A widening margin at the wire for East Avenue. 1 minute, 43.17 seconds. He wins it. Ferocious home second, followed by Filoso, who made up a lot of ground to come from far back.
East Avenue, ultra impressive. After breaking his maiden going 6 furlongs, he steps up to the 2 turns and he takes control of this race and never looks back. Godolphin sweeping the grade 1s on opening weekend for the 2-year-olds. Yesterday, Immersive. Today, East Avenue in the grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. And he wasn't easy to pull up for Tyler Gaffalione either. An impressive performance here today for trainer Brendan Walsh.
Objection sign posted. Hold all tickets. More information in a moment. The unofficial result, 5-1-6-10. Objection sign has been posted. There is a claim of foul by the rider of number 1, Ferocious, against the unofficial winner, number 5, East Avenue, alleging interference on the first turn. Please hold all tickets. Claim of foul by the rider of runner-up number 1, Ferocious, against unofficial winner number 5, East Avenue, alleging interference on the first turn. Objection pending. Hold all tickets. Program view and head-on version from the left and right, respectively, on the television monitors for Race 9. Objection pending. Hold all tickets. Concerns the unofficial first and second place finishers. No change. The result will stand as is, 5-1, 6-10. Ninth race results official, 5-1, 6-10, the official results. The winner of race 9, the 111th running of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity Grade 1, winning your in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division, number 5, East Avenue. Owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others. Trained by Brendan Walsh. 2 wins today for jockey Tyler Gaffleone. East Avenue, 2-year-old son of Medaglia d'Oro. Out of Dance Music by Ghost Sapper, the winner bred in Kentucky by Godolphin. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 43.17 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, a win and you're in Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division race. Presenting the trophy on behalf of Claiborne, Walker Hancock, to the connections of East Avenue.
East Avenue couldn't have been more impressive in the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity for the team at Godolphin, led by Brendan Walsh in this instance and Tyler Gaffleone. And Tyler looked straight forward, got to the front, relaxed, and just kept on going. I want to ask you, how was he pulling him up after the wire?
Plenty of horse left. He's pretty special. I'm really excited about him.
Congratulations, Tyler.
Thank you so much.
Brendan, he was impressive on debut to jump from 6 furlongs to a Grade 1 going 2 turns. It's a big ask, but obviously he passed the test. How impressed have you been by this colt since you've had him under your care?
I mean, you know, I've been lucky enough that we've had a couple of very good horses the last few years, especially with Godolphin, and he seemed like he was right up there, Scott. You know, I was just waiting for confirmation, but yeah, I think he's a very special horse.
I'd say he confirmed it today. Well done.
Thank you, Scott.
East Avenue, 2 for 2, Grade 1 winner after taking the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity.
Keeneland's featured 10th race upcoming, 39th running of the Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Mile Division. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. There are no changes in race 10. Turf is firm.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile up next. $1.25 million on the lines for these turf milers. And currently Carl Spackler sitting as the even money favorite, as we expected him to be the favorite. I'm going to take a shot with Kekuli, the Juddmonte Invader, as Juddmonte looks for their first win in this race in 25 years. You have to go back to 1999 to find their last success, when they were able to do so with Kirk Wall and the late Bobby Frankel, the conditioner of that runner. This is a colt by Kingman. He's just 3. He's not nearly as battle-tested as many of these other runners in here, and that's something that Frankie Dettori, his pilot here today, referred to me when we were talking about this colt earlier this afternoon. But he's a horse that's got a wonderful pedigree. He's a half-brother to Frankel, Noble Mission, and Bullet Train, and of course Frankel at the top of that list, and the undefeated, one of the greatest racehorses in the history of the sport. So the fact that he shows up here at this stage of his career, I'm hopeful that the quick ground agrees with him. He ran a big race on fast ground and the Jersey Stakes at Royal Ascot going back to June, and I think that he could shine at odds of 9-1. The number 3 horse, More Than Looks, for Cherie DeVaux. He's a grade 1 type. He's the 5-2 second choice. He wasn't beaten all that far to Carl Spackler in the grade 1 4-star Dave. He just comes from further off the pace than that of Carl Spackler. That's something that he is going to have to overcome, is being further off the pace and reeling in a very good horse in Carl Spackler as we move to him, the number 9 horse, who's always got good position in his races, and that's the key. He breaks sharp, he jumps well from the gate, puts himself into the race, and finishes off his performances as well. So Carl Spackler, he deserves to be the favorite, the number 9 horse at even money, as Chad Brown looks for his first win in the Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile. Really shocking considering the fact that earlier today, just an hour ago, he picked up his 8th win in the Grade 1 First Lady. But this is a Grade 1 at Keeneland that we know he wants, that has eluded him, and he's got a big chance here with this son of Lope de Vega for E5 Racing Thoroughbreds, and Tyler Gaffalione once again in the saddle. Should be a wonderful renewal. 11 minutes to post. Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile coming up next at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and featured race, 39th running of the Coolmore Turf Mile Grade 1. Win in your end, Breeders' Cup Mile Division. 3-year-olds and up 1 mile over the firm turf today. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. No changes in race 10. Post time in less than 5 minutes. Parading to the post, number 1, Mountain Bear, owned by Mrs. John Magner, owned by Michael Tabor and Derek Smith, trained by Aidan O'Brien, Chris Hayes, the jockey. 2, Kakuli, owned by Judd Mott of Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Harry Charlton, Frankie Dettori is up. 3, More Than Looks, owned by Victory Racing Partners of Anthony Bartolo, trained by Cherie DeVoe, the jockey Jose Ortiz. 4, Running Bee, owned by the Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly, trained by Chad Brown, jockey Florent Charoux. 5, Noises Off, owned by Bon Chance Farm LLC, Alberto Figueredo, trained by Paulo Lobo, jockey Christian Torres. 6, Talk of the Nation, owned by Joseph Allen LLC, owned also by CHC Incorporated, Todd Pletcher, the trainer, and John Velasquez is the jockey. Cash Equity, number 7, races for owner Kenneth Ramsey, trainer Safi Joseph Jr., and jockey Mike Smith. 8, Spirit of St. Louis, owned by Madaket Stables LLC of Saul Kuman, owned also by Michael Dubb and Richard Schermerhorn, trained by Chad Brown, jockey Luis Saez. 9, Carl Spackler, owned by the E5 Racing Thoroughbreds of Robert Edwards Jr., trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Post time in less than 3 minutes.
The winner of the Coolmore Turf Mile Best Turned Out Award is Jesus Morales, the groom for the number 9 horse, Carl Spackler. Congratulations, Jesus.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and featured race, 39th running of the Coolmore Turf Mile, Grade 1. Win and you're in Breeders' Cup Mile Division. Moving into line, race 10. Mountain Bear and Noise is off. Move into line. Cooley goes in. Cash Equity comes forward. Here's More Than Looks. Running B and Spirit of St. Louis. Carl Spackler, the last one, comes forward. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off in the Coolmore Turf Mile. There goes Carl Spackler from the outside. Carl Spackler kicks in, goes right to the lead, starts to clear the inside traffic. Spirit of St. Louis will move forward toward the outside into the second position, into the first turn. Noise is off between horses. Talk of the Nation moves by that one, now up into second alongside of leader Carl Spackler. Spirit of St. Louis, a wide third around the first turn. Running B back toward the inside is fourth. Noise is off is fifth between horses. Cash Equity, a wide sixth. Mountain Bear seventh. Kakuli is eighth. More Than Looks is last of the nine. The opening quarter in 23.93 seconds. Back up front, Carl Spackler, the leader. Carl Spackler leads it by a half length. Talk of the Nation, second by 2 lengths. Spirit of St. Louis, third up on the outside by just a neck. Running B is fourth down toward the inside. Noise is off. Mountain Bear, who moves up into fifth, 5 lengths off the lead toward the rail. Cash Equity, then Kakuli, and More Than Looks is still last. It was 47.28 seconds, the time for the first half mile. On to the final turn they go. Carl Spackler shows the way. Still leads it. Now the lead's out to a length and a half. Spirit of St. Louis has to go wide, and Running B moves up the inside. A quarter mile to go. Running B to second. Spirit of St. Louis to third. Carl Spackler has the lead. Carl Spackler in front. And here comes Spirit of St. Louis on the outside. Running B toward the inside. Then Talk of the Nation. Mountain Bear is a wide fifth. And Carl Spackler, it looked for just a moment that they were bearing down on him. Now he hits another gear. He's got the lead back out to 3.5. More Than Looks is coming stoutly late, but here's the wire. Carl Spackler wins the Coolmore Turf Mile by a diminishing length on the line in 1 minute 34.23 seconds.
Well, this race was won going into the first turn, and the aggressive nature of Carl Spackler to establish that front-running position and clear off from the outside post and get down to the inside, because More Than Looks was just getting wound up, and he unleashes a furious finish. Once he gets past that group of horses to his inside, he's got dead aim on Carl Spackler, but he had carved out too much of an advantage for them to run him down as trainer Chad Brown picks up his first Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile and another Grade 1 win for the son of Lope de Vega. Carl Spackler, sensational, utilizing his speed today in this Grade 1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th and featured race, number 9, Carl Spackler first. 3 More Than Looks was second. 1 Mountain Bear third. 4 Running Bee fourth. 9-3-1-4 unofficial. Tenth race results official. 9-3-1-4 the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 10th and featured race, 39th running of the Coolmore Turf Mile Grade 1, number 9, Carl Spackler. Owned by E5 Racing Thoroughbreds of Robert Edwards Jr., trained by Chad Brown for his second stakes winner on the day here at Keeneland, and 3 victories, including back-to-back stakes wins on the card for Tyler Gaffalione. Lope de Vega, the sire of this 4-year-old colt out of Zendaya by More Than Ready, bred in Ireland by Fifth Avenue Bloodstock. 1 minute 34.23 seconds for the 1 mile over the firm turf. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The All-Stakes pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Trophy presentation upcoming. Trophy presentation for the Coolmore Turf Mile, a win and you're in Breeders' Cup Mile Division race. Presenting the trophy on behalf of Coolmore, Dermot Ryan, to the connections of Carl Spackler.
Well, Carl Spackler keeps the Grade 1 wins coming at Saratoga in the 4-Star Dave, and today in the Coolmore Turf Mile. And, Tyler, you wasted no time. Tyler Gaffalione, winning rider, wasted no time taking this race over. Was it because of the outside draw that forced your hand to go from that outside post?
You know, my horse broke alertly, and I looked to the inside. Nobody was really in any hurry to get going forward, and I didn't want to take too much away from my horse, so I just put my hands down and let him get comfortable, and he proved he was best today. He's a tremendous athlete. The Cinderella story continues.
Well done on the quote. As we know, he's named for a character in Caddyshack, Carl Spackler. But the rest of the race and getting him to relax and getting him to have the kind of finish, how did everything else go for you on the front end?
You know, all the credit goes to Chad and his team. They bring these horses over ready to run. They're so kind. They listen to the cues of the jockeys. And like I said, he did everything I asked him, and he really turned it on.
Well done.
Thanks so much.
Carl Spackler picks up another Grade 1 and giving Chad Brown a win in the Grade 1 at Coolmore Turf Mile for the E5 Thoroughbreds.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 11th and final race upcoming. Carryover, $9,156 for the Toyota Super High 5. No changes in race 11. Track is fast.
Race 11, the nightcap, the Toyota Super High Five event. You saw the carryover over $9,100 carrying from yesterday's final race on opening day. So get involved in the $1 Toyota Super High Five. I'm getting involved with Iglesias, the number 5 horse, as my top selection. Cutting back in distance, they tried him at a mile and a 16th at Churchill Downs last time out. He didn't run poorly, just got run down in the latter stages, and he's a horse that is got some speed to him as well. He was very quick in his second career start, so hopefully the cutback in distance to 7 furlongs will agree with him. Iglesias, the number 5 horse for Brian Lynch, son of Frosted out of the stakes-winning First Dam Odd Chocolate, daughter of Candy Ride, is currently sitting at odds of 3-1. He's just moved into the favorites position with 12 minutes to post. I'll take a shot with Iglesias in the nightcap. The number 7 horse, It's My Life for Rusty Arnold, came out of a live race on debut down at Gulfstream Park, came up to Rusty's care, the son of Into Mischief, to try Kentucky Downs in that big money maiden special weight event, which was worth $170,000. Not nearly as good, in my opinion, when he ran on the turf course as he did on the dirt at Gulfstream Park. So getting back to dirt is the idea with the number 7 horse for me, 5-1. It's My Life. Tyler Gaffleone looking to close out what's been a huge day for him with another win here in this maiden special weight, going 7 furlongs. And then finally, the number 1 horse, Jungle Law, another horse that'll cut back in distance. They move him from turf to dirt in start 2 of his career. He went a mile at Ellis Park on the turf course in a pretty quickly run race. And so we hope that he's got some speed and not to be overshadowed on having a good day by Tyler Gaffleone. Luis Saez has had a good go of it here this afternoon as well. And Jungle Law, the number 1 horse, 9-2, getting plenty of attention on the tote board, as is the Southern California Invader Tour Player. We'll talk more about him once they come front side. This is the 11th and final, and we're less than 10 minutes away from race 11 on this big Saturday at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 11th and final race, the Silver State Maiden Special Weight 3-year-olds and up Beard course, about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $9,156. No changes in race 11. Post time in 5 minutes.
The winner of the Claiborne Best Turned Out Award for the 11th race here at Keeneland is Miguel Martinez, the groom for the number 4 horse, Army Hero. Congratulations to Miguel. And that is a first-time starter, Army Hero, for trainer Brad Cox, for Gary and Mary West, a homebred son of Union Rags, who makes his debut here today. He's been working primarily up on the synthetic track at Turfway Park. He's had some quick workouts there over the synthetic and a one local move here at Keeneland, working in 48-2. He's 6-1 right now on the tote board. It seems a little chilly to me for a Brad Cox first-time starter for what it's worth, but still, you've got to respect these connections, and the best turned-out horse, Army Hero, looking well out here for the 11th and final at Keeneland. Mentioned the 8-horse taking some play. That is Tour Player. Now, this is a colt by American Pharoah, who's Southern California-based, for Bob Baffert and his wife, Jill Baffert, bred by Bob Baffert, colt by, as mentioned, American Pharoah. His 3 races have been not all that good for the standards that Bob Baffert has set for himself through the number of decades in successes that he's had, and especially with horses that tend to win early for Bob Baffert. That tends to be the situation, but this is a colt who has been working extremely fast between Los Alamitos in Cypress, California, and most recently at Santa Anita. And speaking to Bob Baffert, I asked him why he opted to bring this horse out this way. He said the lack of getting these maiden races to fill in Southern California at Santa Anita is why he shipped out this way, and certainly close to double the purse money available here in Kentucky for a colt like Tour Player. And also that workout that he had at Santa Anita in 58-2, he worked heads up, keeping up with a very fast horse of Bob Baffert's in Prince of Monaco, who was a very good 2-year-old last year in 2023. So Tour Player coming this way, 9-2. Perhaps he's just picked things up here in his recent workouts and figured it out over the course of the last 4 months. Off of those dull-ish races at Santa Anita, you've got to consider him under the care of Bob Baffert. There's a look at the 5. He's the current favorite right now. That is Iglesias for Brian Lynch, cutting back in distance. 2-1 on the board. Toyota Super High 5 available here with the $9,100 plus carryover in today's nightcap.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 11th and final race, the Silver State. Moving into line, race 11. Big Salt Lick approaches the starting gate. V-Day to the Tenacious. It's My Life. Army Hero. Tour Player comes forward. Top Gun Rocket, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Iglesias broke alertly. Nyquist Frequency is right there to the inside as well. V-Day to the Tenacious, and It's My Life now moving forward on either side of Iglesias as they head on to the back stretch, and they're joined by Tour Player. Tour Player is going to move out in the center of the racetrack to contest this early pace as well. It's My Life between horses. Iglesias down to the inside as they continue their journey up the back stretch. V-Day to the Tenacious is in fourth down toward the inside. Big Salt Lick is fifth between horses. Nyquist Frequency travels along now in the sixth position. Top Gun Rocket far outside is seventh. Jungle Law back toward the inside is eighth, and Army Hero is last of the nine. 22.45 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Iglesias against the rail leads it by a half length. Tour Player starts to draw alongside from second, then a gap of two to Top Gun Rocket, who's wide but moving up into third. V-Day to the Tenacious against the rail is fourth, 5 lengths off the lead as they round the turn and come for the top of the stretch. Big Salt Lick is still 8 lengths from the front. They turn for home. Iglesias a narrow lead. Tour Player is there. Now they're stride for stride off the turn. A gap of 4 more lengths to Top Gun Rocket in third, but the lead battle continues. Iglesias to the inside, Tour Player to the outside. 3 more lengths back to Top Gun Rocket in third. Iglesias a stubborn foe against the rail. Tour Player second. That's the way they go past the 16th pole. Top Gun Rocket is third. It's Iglesias in front. Top Gun Rocket runs on. Iglesias to win it. Top Gun Rocket was home second. Tour Player across the wire in third, and Big Salt Lick came from back to get fourth.
Well, not an easy way to win a race, to go with the speed and be hooked up by the speed of the Baffert Invader and Tour Player just to his outside. But Iglesias never backed down. He shifted out about a bit there under the guidance of Edgar Morales. But here a little bit of separation coming from him. And now his biggest threat is the 9, who still had a lot of work to do. Top Gun Rocket, who's going to close out the exacta as it goes 5-9-8-6. The favorite secures the win in the nightcap. Iglesias, the son of Frosted, for Taylor Creek and trainer Brian Lynch.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 11th race: number 5, Eglise, was first. Number 9, Top Gun Rocket, second. Number 8, Tour Player, third. Number 6, Big Salt Lick, was fourth. And number 2, Nyquist Frequency, was fifth. 5.9862 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 11th race, the Silver State, the unofficial winner, number 5, Eglise, owned by Taylor Creek of Hunter Rankin, trained by Brian Lynch, Edgar Morales, the jockey. Eglise, a 3-year-old son of Frosted, out of Ah Chocolate by Candy Ride, bred in Kentucky by Stoneway Farm. Beard course, about 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 26.93 seconds. Results of race 11 official. 5.9862, the official results. In the winner's circle, Mary and Thomas Ormsby, representing Claiborne Farm, present the trophy for the Silver State to the connections of Eglise. No carryovers for tomorrow's card. Live racing resumes here at 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, we do thank you. We remind you also that the second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for approximately 30 more minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. Good evening, everyone.